Chapter 222. Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit recognizes its master. Facing the furious nine-fingered Divine Lord, Guin remained composed. Holding the phoenix, he said, "Feel carefully, and you will understand that this karmic consequence is not something you can bear." Hearing this, the nine-fingered Divine Lord, who was about to attack, instinctively dispersed his divine sense. A few moments later, his expression changed drastically, and fear filled his eyes. The divine soul demons were still pouring out, throwing themselves at them recklessly, their roars echoing through the heavens. Guin suddenly squeezed the phoenix in his hand, and the divine soul demons in the heavens were obliterated one after another, turning into ashes, and the noise abruptly ceased. Chu Jingfeng stood on his gourd, turned his head, and looked at Guin in the distance, his face changing dramatically. A dark purple demon shadow, surrounded by demonic qi. Fud! He had just uttered a word when a terrifying divine sense locked onto him, scaring him into silence. The nine-fingered Divine Lord also regained his calm. He looked at Guin and asked, "What do you plan to do?" He could sense a more horrifying presence brewing beneath the earth. Purely in terms of aura, it was beyond what he could contend with. Guin did not answer, but instead flipped his palm downward. Rumble. The earth shattered, rocks rose into the air, and the entire world seemed on the verge of collapsing. The momentum released by Guin was so terrifying that even the nine-fingered Divine Lord felt fear. Just how high is his cultivation level? The nine-fingered Divine Lord thought to himself, feeling fortunate. If he had acted rashly earlier, or if the other party had directly ambushed him, he might have been in grave danger. Chu Jingfeng also looked nervously downward. Rocks ascended around him, flying towards the sky. As far as the eye could see, the distant earth was breaking apart endlessly, a visual impact so intense that he did not dare to breathe. Suddenly, as if seeing something, his eyes widened and his body trembled. As the earth shattered, a massive black object appeared below, boundless and terrifying. In the daylight, this extreme black mass looked so horrifying and scary. Looking from above, the black mass below was writhing. It was so immense that its shape couldn't be discerned, much less identified. Guin fixed his eyes on it. Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit, Heaven and Earth Flying Immortal Realm 3rd Layer 0/0/0. No lifespan was shown, but there was a realm. Guin's right hand, which was suspended in the air, suddenly clenched, and the gigantic divine exotic immortal spirit below began to shrink at a visible speed. This was a divine skill, universe in the palm. Previously, he had used this divine skill to bring the phoenix into his palm. This time, he desired to capture a heaven and earth flying immortal. The divine exotic immortal spirit struggled frantically, but wrapped in Guin's mana, it had no way to escape. Under the watchful eyes of the nine-fingered Divine Lord and Chu Jingfeng, the divine exotic immortal spirit, now a black mass, rapidly shrank. Eventually, it fell into Guin's hand, resembling a mass of black qi, constantly changing shape. Guin then disappeared from his original spot, leaving the nine-fingered Divine Lord and Chu Jingfeng behind, unable to recover their wits for a long time. After a long while, Chu Jingfeng flew to the nine-fingered Divine Lord's side and asked nervously, "Master, what should we do next?" He knew that the figure earlier was Sword Venerable Fudao, but he decided to keep it a secret. Sword Venerable Fudao was the most revered existence in the hearts of all disciples of the Supreme Sect. He had repeatedly saved the Supreme Sect and the human race of the three dynasties. Chu Jingfeng felt that he owed Sword Venerable Fudao his life, so he chose to side with him. Even if he revealed Sword Venerable Fudao's identity, he felt it would only push the nine-fingered Divine Lord into the abyss. From what had been shown earlier, the nine-fingered Divine Lord was no match for Sword Venerable Fudao. Thinking of this, Chu Jingfeng felt deeply emotional. During the days he followed the nine-fingered Divine Lord, he had thought that the nine-fingered Divine Lord was stronger than Sword Venerable Fudao, and that he had struck the ultimate blessing. But the result was He couldn't help but wonder just how powerful Sword Venerable Fudao was. It now seemed that Sword Venerable Fudao was not from the Supreme Sect, but was merely hiding there to protect them. The Nine-Fingered Divine Lord took a deep breath and said, "It's time to leave." Having the divine, exotic, immortal spirit taken away made him furious. But Gu An's universe in the Palm Divine Skill had extinguished any desire to fight. Moreover, the aura emitted by the divine, exotic, immortal spirit was clearly not something he could handle. If the mysterious person hadn't appeared earlier, he might have been swallowed by the divine, exotic, immortal spirit and turned into a divine soul demon. Chu Jingfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his master's words. He truly feared that his master would have an obsession. After wandering through Divine Exotic City for so long, he had already reaped some rewards and was eager to return to the Supreme Sect to meditate in seclusion. On the other side, Guan arrived at the most secluded minor heaven in Earth. There were no living beings here. The sky was dim, and the ground was dotted with trees that looked like evil ghosts. He glanced at the divine, exotic, immortal spirit in his hand, no longer struggling but trembling. Just as Guan hesitated about whom to give it to, it suddenly burst open and then drilled into Guan's palm. The process was extremely quick. When Guan wanted to stop it, he suddenly felt its emotions. It was pleading. Guan fell silent. Soon, he felt his mana merging into the divine, exotic, immortal spirit's body. This was a process of accepting a master that he had never experienced before. He was taking control of the divine, exotic, immortal spirit and the entire divine, exotic city. A 30-minute incense time later, the divine, exotic, immortal spirit reappeared, condensed in Gu An's palm. From now on, Guan was the master of the divine, exotic, immortal spirit and the master of divine, exotic city. This made him feel somewhat complicated. If he had forcibly stopped it earlier, the divine, exotic, immortal spirit would have turned to ashes, so he had to accept it. Of course, now Guan could easily squeeze the divine, exotic, immortal spirit, causing it to cease to exist. After accepting the master, Guan gained more understanding of divine, exotic city. Even if the divine, exotic, immortal spirit was destroyed, as long as divine, exotic city remained, a new divine, exotic, immortal spirit would be born. Whether it was the same one was unclear, as it resisted death much. "Master!" The voice of the divine, exotic, immortal spirit echoed in Gu An's mind, sounding like a young boy. Guan asked, "Can you share your power with others, hiding the fact that I am your master and making others appear as your master?" The divine, exotic, immortal spirit wiggled in his palm, suddenly transforming into a small black figure. It had no hair or facial features, just a body resembling a 5- or 6-year-old boy, standing about 10 centimeters tall. The divine, exotic, immortal spirit tilted its head, considered it for a moment, and said, "It can be done, but wouldn't you be unhappy?" Guan replied, "No. I want you to protect one of my juniors, but you must not reveal my presence to him. You have to pretend that he is your master." Upon hearing this, the divine, exotic, immortal spirit nodded obediently. Guan disappeared with it. He arrived in another realm, a dense forest where Li Ye and Zhang Buku were resting. Guan directed the divine, exotic, immortal spirit with his mind to find Li Ye. The divine, exotic, immortal spirit immediately leaped from his hand and went to find Li Ye. In Divine Exotic City, the person Guan cared most about was undoubtedly Li Ye. Although Li Ye had numerous opportunities, he was clearly far behind geniuses like An Hao and LV Xian, so Guan decided to help him. As for An Hao, whether he had Divine Exotic City or not, he would eventually rise. If he joined the Star Sea congregations, he would possess immortal treasures no less powerful than the dragon-slaying spear, even without a fake immortal treasure like Divine Exotic City. The dragon-slaying spear was highly powerful, allowing Qi Jiuxiao to display power comparable to a loose immortal. The divine, exotic, immortal spirit hopped along its way, its aura elusive, unnoticed by Li Ye and Zhang Buku as they meditated. When the divine, exotic, immortal spirit landed on Li Ye's shoulder, A sudden scare made him instinctively open his eyes. Screech! The divine exotic immortal spirit called out and then plunged into Li Ya's face, startling him to his feet. What was that? Li kept touching his face, but felt nothing. Zhang Buku, equally startled, rushed over. Upon learning that something had entered Li Ya's body, Zhang Buku panicked. The two fumbled around, even using their divine senses to scan, but found nothing strange. After a while, Li suddenly stopped, his expression peculiar. "Brother Li, are you okay?" Zhang Buku asked nervously. Li took a deep breath, looked at Zhang Buku, and said with a complicated expression, "Brother, I think I've been accepted as the master by an immortal spirit." "What?" Zhang Buku's eyes widened, unable to believe his ears. "Is it true? It is Yu. What do you mean? Am I unworthy? How are you worthy? You. Show some respect. I can command divine soul demons. If you want to leave, it will be up to me. Brother Li, we are supposed to live and die together as brothers. You dog, stop talking like that." In the distance, Guan listened to Li Ya and Zhang Buku bicker. Under the demonic qi, a smile appeared on his lips. He turned around and disappeared once more. He was the true master of divine exotic city. Within its confines, he could see all the minor heavens and the divine soul demons hidden beneath each. The number of divine soul demons was indeed staggering, and the entire divine exotic city was still in a state of recovery. It would only grow stronger until it became a true immortal treasure once more. Immortal treasures existed eternally. Even if severely damaged, they could recover on their own, making Guan view them differently. Guan planned to harvest the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in divine exotic city. Now, everything in the city belonged to him and was not to be shared with anyone else. Under the rolling thunderclouds, Xianxia sat meditating on the edge of a cliff, below which a majestic river of lava surged, occasionally sending hot waves crashing against the mountainsides. She opened her eyes and frowned. Why hasn't she returned yet? Xianxia muttered to herself. She and the ghost mother of ephemera had entered divine exotic city together. They had arrived in this world 2 days prior. While Xianxia was healing, the ghost mother of ephemera had said she would go to scout, but 2 days had passed, and she had not returned. Xianxia was worried. Though she did not consider the ghost mother of ephemera particularly trustworthy, their long companionship had made her reliant on the ghost mother of ephemera's abilities. Could the ghost mother of ephemera be in trouble? She was so cautious. What could have ensnared her? Xianxia sank into thought. If the ghost mother of ephemera was in danger, surviving alone, let alone obtaining the immortal spirit, would be nigh impossible. Chapter 223 Gu Ans Fantasy. Xianxia grew more uneasy the more she thought about it. She took out an elixir and started accelerating the restoration of her spiritual power. The sky darkened, and the only sound was the lava below crashing against the mountain walls, making the atmosphere incredibly oppressive. Half a day passed. Xianxia's spiritual power had recovered considerably. She stood up and headed in the direction the ghost mother of ephemera had gone earlier. Meanwhile, Li had already mastered the power of the divine exotic city. Although he still couldn't see every corner of the city, he felt unbelievably powerful now. Before entering the divine exotic city, he had doubts about the legends of the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. How could it be that legendary? Let's go. There's a big battle outside the city. Let's go watch the fun. Li stood up, his face full of high spirits. Zhang Buku followed him up, staring blankly at him. Li shrugged his shoulder, and the divine exotic immortal spirit jumped out of his body, landing on his shoulder with its hands on its hips, looking very spirited. Looking at the divine exotic immortal spirit, Zhang Buku had a strange expression. It was hard to imagine that this little being was the immortal spirit of the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. Li raised his right arm, and the divine exotic immortal spirit immediately mimicked him. Rumble. The ground trembled, and the sky changed color, making Zhang Buku look around nervously. One by one, the divine soul demons broke through the ground, lifting big trees into the sky. The same scene repeated everywhere, forcing Zhang Buku and Leah to stabilize themselves with their spiritual power. Leah laughed proudly. "These are my divine army. Follow me to conquer the world." Zhang Buku looked at him, just about to speak, when suddenly the ground beneath them rose with a roar. A terrifying giant shadow stood up, holding a piece of land in its hand with a forest on it, where Zhang Buku and Leah were standing. Compared to this terrifying giant shadow, they were as small as ants. This terrifying giant shadow was the same 10,000-foot figure that had fought against the nine-fingered divine lord before. One hand held the land, and the other held an axe, looking like a giant god who opened the sky, with divine majesty spreading wide. Zhang Buku looked down, his eyes wide with shock. Leah was extremely excited. With such a divine army, how could it not sweep away all enemies? He could sense a terrifying battle outside the divine exotic city. But he also saw the disciples of the supreme sect, and he had to step forward. "Primordial ancestor, this time I will be the hero, watch me." Leah was trembling with excitement. He suddenly thought of Guan. If only Junior Brother Gu was here, how great that would be. But if Junior Brother Gu were here, he would still worry about his safety. Never mind, after this battle, he would brag about it to him. Leah began to think about what treasures to bring back for Junior Brother Gu. The divine exotic city was so vast and had countless treasures. Just bringing a few out would be enough to reverse Guan's fate. Guan was in a minor heaven and earth, harvesting heaven and earth treasures. His lifespan kept increasing, which made him very happy. He saw that the 4 gates of the divine exotic city opened, and Leah rushed out with an endless stream of divine soul demons, immediately affecting the battle. Over 20 wandering immortals from the Star Sea congregations and the 7-star spirit realm were all disturbed and retreated. The 10,000-foot figure suddenly leaped out of the city, landing on the wilderness, roaring ferociously, and the sound echoed throughout the continent, making everyone tremble with fear. Just the roar alone was enough to make people lose their courage. Guan was not worried about Leah. After all, the divine exotic immortal spirit itself possessed the power of a heaven and earth flying immortal. He continued harvesting heaven and earth treasures, having gained an 80,000-year lifespan today. He did not intend to harvest everything, as he had to leave some for the immortal spirit to continue planting. Since the divine exotic city belonged to him, he planned to let the immortal spirit set rules for Leah. Usually, don't pluck the heaven and earth treasures randomly. It would prepare mature, medicinal herbs for Leah, who would surely accept them excitedly, without suspicion. Looking at Leah's spirited appearance made Guan want to laugh. After this battle, Leah would surely come to show off. Guan began imagining that 1,000 years later, when Leah thought his end was near and came to bid him farewell with the divine exotic city, what kind of scene would it be? Interesting. Guan was just thinking when he suddenly felt something. He frowned and disappeared from the spot. In another realm, thunder clouds rolled, covering the sky. In a basin between the mountains, Xianxia slowly stood up from the ground, clutching the wound on her right shoulder with her left hand, blood flowing continuously from the corner of her mouth. She looked ahead. Figures in black robes filled the slopes. Meditating at the highest point was an elder with a wooden staff beside him, from which black gas wafted, wrapping the ghost mother of Ephemera in the air. The ghost mother of Ephemera had already turned into a soul body and was extremely weak. She opened her eyes with difficulty and looked at Xianxia down the mountain. "Little girl, you have a good fighting spirit, just right for luring the ghost king of hell." The black-robed elder spoke with a mocking tone. The other black-robed cultivators all looked down at Xianxia with cold eyes. To them, Xianxia was already a dead person. The ghost king of hell? What exactly are you looking for? Xianxia gritted her teeth, thinking about how to escape. The difference in cultivation was too great. Any one of these people could easily kill her. The ghost king of hell is the strongest ghost king hidden in this world. It guards an immortal treasure. The black-robed elder spoke nonchalantly. A black-robed cultivator started descending the mountain, step by step approaching Xianxia. Just as Xianxia was extremely anxious, a gust of wind came from afar, making her instinctively close her eyes. The gust of wind whistled past, and Xianxia felt her injury had somewhat healed, whether it was an illusion or not. She quickly opened her eyes and was astonished to find that those mysterious cultivators had disappeared. The sole body of the ghost mother of ephemera was suspended in the air above the slope, slowly falling. Before Xianxia could react, a whooshing sound came from afar, and a blood-red treasure pagoda descended from the sky, landing in front of her, scaring her to retreat instinctively. The blood-red treasure pagoda burst out with immense power, turning into blood mist, which quickly wrapped around Xianxia, pulling her towards the pagoda. Xianxia's face was full of fear when she heard a voice in her ear, "Do not panic." Hearing this voice, Xianxia instantly felt at ease. Sword Venerable Fudao. He had come too. She was pulled into the blood-red treasure pagoda, her figure disappearing. The ghost mother of ephemera fell to the ground, turned her head to look, her face full of worry. Twilight approached. The towering divine exotic city stood on the wilderness, its 4 gates wide open. Cultivators continuously flew out, appearing as if they were being thrown out by some force instead of flying out on their own. Leah stood on a high slope at the edge of the ruins, the divine exotic immortal spirit standing on his shoulder, guarding him. 2 figures appeared beside him, one being Qi Bei, the master of Qi Jiuxiao, the other a middle-aged man in luxurious white robes, with a commanding presence. "I am the Sea Lord of the Star Sea Congregations, Ninfeng Tian. After this battle, the 7-star spirit realm will surely hold a grudge against you. You possess the immortal treasure, and relying solely on your own strength might not be enough to protect it. Come back with us to the Star Sea Congregations. We will train you as a true disciple, treating you better than Xianxia." The man in white robes spoke. Qi Bei followed. The Star Sea Congregations is a great righteous sect. Many cultivators from the Supreme Sect are your seniors, so you can join without worry. Leah looked at the divine exotic city and said, "Thank you both for your kindness. I am willing to join the Star Sea Congregations, but can I visit the Supreme Sect first?" He was not foolish. After this battle, he had to choose a power to lean on. LV Baitian had also just sent him a message, advising him to ally with the Star Sea Congregations. Nan Fengtian smiled. "Of course, we also want to visit the Supreme Sect. I heard the Supreme Sect hides a great cultivator stronger than a loose immortal, named Sword Venerable Fudao. This indicates the Supreme Sect's great chi fortune. It's a treasure land." Leah smiled, thinking that Sword Venerable Fudao was his primordial ancestor. It was not the Supreme Sect's good fortune, but the sect had benefited from the Li family's chi fortune. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud to avoid causing trouble for his primordial ancestor. They continued chatting. Leah wanted to take 2 companions, Zhang Buku and Guan. Hearing that Guan was only in the Foundation establishment realm, then Fengtian advised against taking him, as his cultivation was too low. Without a nascent soul, joining the Star Sea Congregations recklessly would only lead to setbacks, especially since Leah couldn't always look after him. As for Zhang Buku, his strong chi blood made him an excellent candidate. Leah frowned, not very happy. Qi Bei had to continue to persuade him, describing the atmosphere in the Star Sea Congregations at length, and only then did Leah give up. Far in the 3rd Medicine Valley harvesting medicinal herbs, Guan pouted. "What Foundation establishment realm? I had already formed my core." Guan inwardly sneered, having no intention of joining the Star Sea Congregations. The Star Sea Congregations had too many old monsters, making it unsafe. Unlike the Supreme Sect, where Guan was already the strongest, he had absolute confidence staying there. Seeing that Leah allied with the Star Sea Congregations, Guan felt completely relieved. In the divine exotic city, he had harvested 1,500,000 years of lifespan, pushing his lifespan past 1,000,000 again, putting him in a great mood. He planned to revisit the divine exotic city after some time. Even if Leah went to the sea, with his cultivation level, he could hardly escape Guan's divine sense. Besides, Guan had established a soul connection with the divine exotic city, ensuring he could track it wherever it went. Leah had begun expelling the adventurers from the divine exotic city. Guan had not only given Xianxia an immortal treasure, but also given Zhenqin one. Immortal treasures could merge into the body, making them hard to detect. Once Yilan was unsealed and her maximum lifespan increased, Guan would give her an immortal treasure too. The divine exotic city held many immortal treasures. Controlling it brought unimaginable gains. Guan couldn't help but hum a little tune. Though he was hiding in the Medicine Valley, he could benefit those around him, making him feel truly great, deeply hiding his work and name. One day, when his companions discover the truth, how much gratitude would they feel? Guan started to imagine again. Night fell, and a night passed. At dawn, Guan saw Liya store the divine exotic city within himself, and then, under the guidance of Nanfeng Tian and others, head back to the Supreme Sect. They wanted to leave the continent early to avoid any mishaps. Guan arrived early at the Mystic Valley and followed the disciples in their exercises. Just as they finished, Liya came flying from the horizon, directly into the Mystic Valley. Chapter 224 Guan and Sword Venerable Fudao Mystic Valley, inside a pavilion. Thud! Liya slammed a small city onto the table. This small city was only the size of a palm, but a closer look revealed that its structure was extremely detailed and complex. It was indeed a miniature version of Divine Exotic City. He raised his chin, looking very proud. Guan looked at Divine Exotic City and curiously asked, "What kind of carved artwork is this?" Liya's mouth twitched, and he glared. "This is Divine Exotic City." Upon hearing this, Guan's face showed a look of shock, which made Liya feel quite pleased, but Guan's next words almost made him faint with anger. "Amazing, senior brother. You actually made a replica of Divine Exotic City." "What replica? This is real. Don't believe me? They'll summon the immortal spirit to show you." After saying this, Liya tried to summon the divine exotic immortal spirit in his mind, but no matter how he called, the immortal spirit did not come out. He immediately became anxious. "What's going on? Why are you pretending to be dead at such a critical moment?" Guan almost burst out laughing, but fortunately, years of honing his acting skills had made them flawless. He pretended to try lifting Divine Exotic City with a puzzled expression. As the whole pavilion trembled, he was unable to lift the city. Could it be real? Guan muttered. Liya couldn't care less about cursing the divine, exotic, immortal spirit in his mind. He said proudly, "Do you know how many great cultivators are inside Divine Exotic City?" He began to recount his experiences, not mentioning that the immortal spirit had approached him first, but instead claiming that he had gone through various trials to win the immortal spirit's recognition. Guan listened with admiration. Who knew his acting was so good? If it weren't for me personally handing it to you, I might have believed you got it through the trials. Guan was only teasing in his mind, outwardly agreeing to satisfy Liya's vanity. Liya focused on describing his battles with the immortals from the seven-star spirit realm, making Guan exclaim in surprise from time to time. After talking for a full 2 ancient hours, Liya finally stopped, still somewhat unwilling to end it. How satisfying. It's always thrilling to brag with a brother. He wouldn't bother telling someone he's not close with. Seeing Guan pouring tea for him, Liya couldn't stop smiling. He took out a jade ruler from his storage bag, nearly 2 feet long and greenish-white in color. "This is a high-grade magic artifact. I intended to give you an immortal treasure, but your cultivation level is too low. An immortal treasure would only bring you trouble," Liya said seriously, then took out numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, placing them one by one on the table, and proceeded to accept them. Guan felt very touched. Although Divine Exotic City was his, the fact that Liya, unaware of the truth, could still care for him this much proved Liya's loyalty to him. Guan was very generous to those around him, but most of it was just a small effort. Those he truly gave to also gave him in return. "I have to go to the Star Sea congregations. It may take 100 years before I return. Don't miss me too much," Liya said proudly, though he felt reluctant inside. 100 years was too long. No one could predict what would happen in 100 years. He also worried about Guan, but he had his own path to follow. Guan nodded and said, 100 years later, as long as you return, I will still be here waiting for you. Although living 1,000 years is hard, now that I have reached core formation, living a few hundred years shouldn't be a problem. Leah smiled, then reminisced about the days when they were still minors. Another ancient hour passed, and Leah left through the window. Guin looked at the footprints he left behind and suspected he did it on purpose. No way, he'll have to let the divine exotic immortal spirit bully him a bit in the name of teaching. Guin made up his mind, simultaneously sending orders to the divine exotic immortal spirit through his mind. In the evening, Zhang Buku came to visit Guin. He had prearranged with Li Ye to visit separately. Zhang Buku had personal matters he wanted to discuss alone with Guin, while he didn't want to disrupt the seniority hierarchy. 3 people in one room would also be crowded. As expected, Zhang Buku debunked Li Ye, saying Li Ye was just lucky and the immortal spirit approached him first. However, he wasn't jealous of Li Ye. Rather, he was happy for him, saying that if Li Ye wasn't strong enough, he feared they might die on their adventures. In the end, Zhang Buku also took out numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures as gifts for Guin in gratitude. Guin tried to decline, but Zhang Buku insisted until Guin had no choice but to accept them. Being able to repay Guin made Zhang Buku very happy. He started talking about how he wished his father could see his achievements now. What a pity. It wasn't until evening that Zhang Buku finally left. Snow fluttered down as troops from the Supreme Sect returned. Xianxia came to visit Guin first and also brought many treasures. Guin couldn't help but laugh and cry, but he didn't refuse. 4 days later, at night, another person came to see Guin. It was Xianxia. The two entered the 8 scenic caves to chat. "How have you been these years?" Guin asked softly, sitting in front of a green vine tree. 2 vines sprouted and began to massage his shoulders. Seeing him enjoying himself like this, Xianxia couldn't help but roll her eyes. Xianxia took out a medicine cauldron, lit a fire, and added water before answering. "Pretty well. I recently went to Divine Exotic City and gained a lot." She started placing medicinal ingredients into the cauldron. Guin immediately congratulated her. "Do you know who I serve now?" Xianxia asked casually. Guin shook his head and said, "How would I know? In the immortal cultivation world, I am just an ordinary person who knows very few great cultivators." Sword Venerable Fudao. "What?" Guin was shocked. He cursed inwardly. "I told you not to say anything. How could you spill it so easily?" If Xianxia told him about Sword Venerable Fudao today, she might tell others tomorrow. How could he not be nervous? Of course, even if others knew about Xianxia and Sword Venerable Fudao's relationship, it wouldn't threaten Guin. However, Xianxia might attract fatal trouble. "I'm only telling you, so don't spread it around," Xianxia said, turning to glare at Guin fiercely. Guin sighed and said, "You shouldn't have told me. If he overhears this, won't I be in trouble?" Xianxia laughed and said, "Don't worry, Sword Venerable Fudao doesn't kill nobodies. I'm just chatting with you." Then she turned the conversation to her experiences in Divine Exotic City. "This trip to Divine Exotic City was full of dangers, and I nearly died. If it wasn't for Sword Venerable Fudao's intervention, you wouldn't see me here today," Xianxia said with a slight air of melancholy. Guin comforted her. "You're back now, though. With your fortune, you might even become an immortal someday." Xianxia shook her head and said, "An immortal? That's far too difficult. The higher you stand, the more fears you have. By the way, why do you think Sword Venerable Fudao cares so much for me? Could be he fancies my looks?" She glanced at Guin, anticipating his reaction. Guin frowned and said, "Probably not. He's too powerful and renowned, not lacking in women. I care for you only because you've taught me so many spells. Thinking of you that way is too hurtful." Guin felt insulted. How could Sword Venerable Fudao be so shallow? Seeing Guin frown, Xianxia felt a bit relieved, though his remarks annoyed her. "There are many women in the world, but how many have you seen that are more beautiful than me?" Xianxia glared, stepping forward quickly to lean over Guin and stare at him. Their faces were less than 10 centimeters apart, and Gu En, sitting on the ground, had to shift to the side. Xianxia lifted her left foot, brushing past Gu An's ear and stepping on the tree trunk, stopping his movement. "Why are you dodging? Do you find your martial master so repulsive?" Xianxia snorted. Guan said awkwardly, "Repulsive, never. I'm just afraid of offending you." He glanced downward for a moment. Xianxia was wearing a skirt, though there were pants underneath. Her posture was still quite improper. Offend? Xianxia withdrew her foot, squatted down, and started pulling at Gu An's clothes. "What are you doing?" Guan exclaimed in fear. Xianxia replied, "In case that being really has his eyes on me, how could I refuse? Before that happens, let me fulfill you." Although Sword Venerable Fu Dao was strong, Guan was more important to her, even the most important. Guan crawled away, but Xianxia's strength increased, making it difficult for him to reveal his true cultivation level, leaving him in a dilemma. "Stop this. This isn't right." By now, Gu An's robe was in disarray, even his hair was loose, and his face was flushed with embarrassment. Xianxia laughed, stopping her actions, and said, "Even if you don't comply tonight, it won't matter. I will force it if necessary." Guan panicked. Was she really going to do this? "I've never even been with my junior sisters. How could I be with you, a witch?" Guan was about to call for Sword Venerable Fu Dao's intervention. Just then, Xianxia stopped, stood up angrily, and said, "Look at you, so cowardly. Strip down and get into the cauldron. Did you really think I wanted to do anything to you? I'm just preparing an excellent body-tempering concoction for you." Guan was stunned for a moment, and then sighed in relief, quickly getting up. He walked past Xianxia, only to get kicked in the butt by her. "Hurry up and strip," Xianxia said impatiently, feeling truly annoyed. In fact, she really had the impulse just now, but seeing Gu An's terrified look, she couldn't bring herself to do it. This made her both embarrassed and angry. Did this kid really think so little of her? Was it because of etiquette? Xianxia thought of how Guan grew up in a righteous path environment, surely respecting etiquette. She didn't respect that because she came from the demon path. With this thought, she felt much better again. After all, if he felt nothing, why did he glance down? Xianxia smiled. Guan approached the medicine cauldron, quickly stripped, and then leaped into the cauldron, splashing water. "It's a bit hot." Gu An's voice came from within the cauldron. Xianxia said coldly, "Endure it. Are you afraid of a little pain?" Guan remained silent, not daring to speak further. The 8 scenic caves fell into silence. After placing all the medicinal ingredients into the cauldron, Xianxia took out a blood-colored tower. She sat down and inspected it carefully. Guan poked his head out and asked, "What treasure is this?" Xianxia, staring at the blood-colored tower, replied, "This is the Blood Domain Soul-Suppressing Tower, an immortal treasure. It's incredibly powerful, and I got it by sheer chance." Chapter 225 Outer World, Cave. Xianxia briefly introduced the formidable aspects of the Blood Domain Soul-Suppressing Tower. This tower could suppress enemies. Once trapped within, they would lose their way and find it extremely difficult to escape. Moreover, they would constantly endure the burning of the blood flames within the tower, and if reduced to only their soul, there would be no chance of escape. According to the divine exotic immortal spirit, the Blood Domain Soul-Suppressing Tower was absolutely one of the top 3 immortal treasures within Divine Exotic City, which was also the reason cultivators of the 7-star spirit realm sought it out. Most of the treasures within Divine Exotic City were plundered. Some were seized by former owners from enemies, and others were left behind by adventurers after their deaths. The Blood Domain Soul-Suppressing Tower had a long-standing reputation over the ocean and was considered a legendary supreme immortal treasure. Guan often exclaimed in amazement, which caused Xianxia to involuntarily smile. Watching Gu An's inexperienced expression, she did not feel annoyed. Instead, she found it amusing. In other places, her cultivation level was insignificant, but in front of Gu An, she was a great cultivator. Even though many people looked down on her, As long as Guan admired her, it was enough. Xianxia then recounted her experiences from past years, including the founding of the Juhua sect. Guan listened attentively, even though he often used his divine sense to keep an eye on Xianxia. Hearing stories directly from her was more interesting. Night passed. By noon the next day, Guan leaped out of the medicine cauldron and quickly put on his robe. Xianxia approached him, scrutinizing him with amazement, and said, "I didn't expect your absorption speed to be so quick." Guan precisely controlled his qi blood, ensuring Xianxia did not notice any issues. "Thank you," Guan said earnestly. Xianxia thought to herself that this kid still wouldn't call her martial master. She would have been angry in the past, but now she felt a hint of delight. She raised her head and said, "Practice your sword well. Your sword Dao talent is outstanding. As for your cultivation level, I will find a way to help you improve. This isn't appropriate. You should keep it for yourself. Giving it to me is a waste." Guan hesitated, genuinely grateful to Xianxia. Having this intention was enough. There was no need to take it seriously. If combat prowess had a numerical value, with Xianxia's help last night, Guan's combat power would have successfully increased from 100 billion to 100 billion and one. Indeed, it had enhanced, but this slight increase in value was more valuable to Xianxia. Xianxia snorted. "Rest assured, I won't delay my cultivation." Guan had to give up. Xianxia asked Guan about his experiences over the years, and Guan did not hide anything. But as she listened, Xianxia became increasingly unable to withstand it. Planting herbs. Why are you always planting herbs?" Xianxia exclaimed. Guan pouted. "Yeah, just planting herbs. What else do you expect me to have experienced?" Don't underestimate herb planting. Different medicinal herbs bring different feelings. He began to enthusiastically recount his planting experiences. Xianxia suppressed the irritability in her heart and listened carefully. Gradually, her mood calmed down. To her surprise, listening to Guan talk about his farming life was quite interesting, bringing her thoughts back to her childhood. Time flew by. Until nightfall, Xianxia bid farewell and left. Guan did not leave the 8 scenic caves, planning to go out early the next morning. In the following winter, discussions about divine exotic city spread throughout the Supreme Sect cities, and Li Ya's name reverberated throughout the immortal cultivation world, surpassing Sword Venerable Fu Dao and Panin. Many believed that with the control of divine exotic city, Liu would become an immortal in the future. Moreover, Liu was very young, and some already call him the best of a younger generation, even surpassing in Hao. Li Ya's prominence did not affect Guan's life. With the capture of divine exotic city, many great cultivators overseas left, but some cultivators stayed behind, joining various sects, with the Supreme Sect absorbing the most. Because Leah hailed from the Supreme Sect, with control of divine exotic city, Leah didn't need to wait for the future. He possessed power beyond a loose immortal, to the extent that even wandering immortals couldn't do anything to him. In this way, a new spring arrived. That year, the Supreme Sect's New Year celebrations were livelier than ever. It was said that the Supreme Sect was preparing to head south in search of an island to establish a city, with the support of the Star Sea congregations, making the task much easier. After the New Year, the Supreme Sect began recruiting disciples for the Southern Sea Expedition, with 10,000 openings and excellent benefits, leading to active registrations across all cities. Guan remained busy harvesting medicinal herbs, occasionally worrying about the 7-star spirit realm stirring up trouble. Among the conflicts sparked by divine exotic city, the 7-star spirit realm suffered the most losses, but they currently appeared very calm, which made Guan even more suspicious that they were brewing something. By March, the disciples of the Supreme Sect gradually put the matter of divine exotic city aside. On this day, Guan went to the Outer Sect Book Collection Hall to hand over the last volume of Journey to the West. Despite the great elder Feng Shang's earnest attempts to persuade him to stay, Guan found an excuse to leave. Not far from the Book Collection Hall, a figure blocked Guan. It was Ying from the Star Sea congregations, disguised as a chubby man, looking jovial. Brother Gu, how have you been lately? Yu Ying asked with a smile, having used the sound transmission skill to reveal her true identity to Guin in advance. Guin replied with a smile, "Pretty good. How about you?" He couldn't understand why Yu Ying always enjoyed shape-shifting. What was the fun in it? Within the Supreme Sect, her reputation wasn't widespread, making her actions pointless. "I'm quite well, too. Lately, I've been really bored. How about I go to Medicine Valley to help you out?" Yu Ying asked. Guin hesitated for a moment and agreed, then directed her to the third Medicine Valley. Upon hearing this, Yu Ying was immediately delighted and pulled Gu and towards her own residence to pack her things. "Your Supreme Sect has produced a Liya. With the support of the Star Sea congregations, you'll definitely rise to prominence. In the future, we'll at least assist you," Yu Ying remarked as she walked, her tone slightly emotional. She had not expected that amidst the scramble of so many great cultivators, an obscure minor cultivator would gain divine exotic city's approval. As a member of the Star Sea congregations, she deeply understood the might of the fake immortal treasure, believing that Leo would undoubtedly become a significant great cultivator over the ocean. "That's great news," Guin responded, trying to act surprised. Following this, Yu Ying began describing those powerful Immortal Path supreme treasures to Guin. The Star Sea primordial unity banner of the Star Sea congregations was said to invert the stars and ocean within the formation, causing those who entered to become forever lost. It could harness the power of stars and the ocean to change the course of events. The Seven Stars mirror of the Seven-Star Spirit Realm contained ancient power, under whose light nothing could hide. Guin found this very intriguing. He wondered what cultivation level was needed to craft an Immortal Path supreme treasure. When he reached that level, he also planned to create one, making early plans to avoid panic when the time came. Spring went and autumn came. 5 years passed quickly. After Leah took divine exotic city, the mainland enjoyed peace. The Supreme Sect successfully established a city overseas, with even the Outer Sect having a transmission array platform leading to Southern Sea City. More and more disciples began training at sea, and news from the ocean continually arrived at the Supreme Sect. Since the completion of the teleportation array in Southern Sea City, Guin saw new things in the Outer Gate City whenever he went, making him feel like he was at a fair. In early summer, Guin arrived at Immortal Seeking Island. Led by the servant Xianxia of the Sea Protection Mansion, Guin strolled around Immortal Seeking Island, listening to the various disturbances on the sea. The friction between the Star Sea congregations and the Seven-Star Spirit Realm is increasing. The Seven-Stars Spirit Realm has gone mad, constantly invading the Star Sea congregation's territories. It's said to be related to an Immortal Path supreme treasure from 5 years ago. On a distant continent, the Seven-Star Spirit Realm released an Immortal Path supreme treasure for others to contest, which was eventually obtained by a minor cultivator. The Star Sea congregations then recruited that minor cultivator, thoroughly offending the Seven Stars Spirit Realm, who Xiaojian said with a sigh. Guin asked, why would the Seven Stars Spirit Realm release the Immortal Path supreme treasure? He had wondered about this before, finding it very puzzling. The divine exotic immortal spirit also didn't know the reason, thinking it was because it was being too powerful, making it impossible for the Seven-Star Spirit Realm cultivators to find. So, they released Divine Exotic City. But considering it from the Seven-Star Spirit Realm's perspective, even if they couldn't conquer Divine Exotic City themselves, they shouldn't give other powers the chance. Hu Xiaojian pondered. It does seem unreasonable. Perhaps the Seven Stars Spirit Realm needed an excuse to declare war on the Starsea congregations, but using an Immortal Path supreme treasure as bait seems too exaggerated. The two continued chatting as they walked. Guin wasn't worried about causing trouble with the topic, since the surrounding cultivators were all discussing the conflicts between the two great maritime powers. Half a day later, Guin left Immortal Seeking Island and arrived at Heavenly Phoenix Mountain's Ninshu Cave, bringing Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, and Tian Bai into the Grotto Heaven. He took out the seeds he bought today and had the 3 demons plant them. Though Xianxia and Tianbai had not yet shape-shifted, their nimble claws made them capable of handling the planting duties. While they were planting, Guan went to the entrance of the Grotto Heaven, using his mana to create a stele and then inscribed characters with his sword Qi. Outer World Cave. The meaning was to be forever isolated from the world. In the future, Guan wouldn't bring others here to live. This would always be his secluded medicine valley, specifically providing him with a longer lifespan. Because the seeds planted in the Outer World Cave were all high-rank seeds of level 7 or above, no medicinal herbs had matured yet. He wasn't in a hurry, patiently waiting. When the first batch of herbs matured, it would bring him a significant increase in lifespan, something he eagerly anticipated. 2 ancient hours later, Guan took them out of the Outer World Cave, walking along the underground passage towards Xianxia Cave. I've prepared shape-shifting elixirs for you. You can shape-shift in the next few days, Guan said as he walked ahead. Upon hearing this, Tianxia and Tianbai were overjoyed and hurriedly came forward to thank their master for his gift. Demons could achieve shape-shifting through their own cultivation, but the shape-shifting elixir could speed up the process and increase the success rate. If they relied on themselves for shape-shifting, failure would mean death or severe injury, similar to crossing a tribulation. Master, what about me? Tianyaoer asked as she held Tianbai, squeezing him beside Guan with a pitiful expression. Guan replied, I've prepared a batch of Qi blood enhancing elixirs for you. The elixirs he prepared for Tianyaoer weren't ones he refined, but were purchased on a mortal-seeking island, worth a fortune, and made by the top alchemy sect on the sea, the Purple Pill Palace. Chapter 226. Sudden Change in the Sea. Strange Fragrance. Guan did not personally oversee the shape-shifting of Tianxia and Tianbai. With Tianyaoer around, he believed the 2 cat demons would be fine. Tianyaoer's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the core formation realm, capable of handling matters independently. Guan first returned to the Mystic Valley, taking a few laps around the valley before heading to the 3rd Medicine Valley. The number of servant disciples in the 3rd Medicine Valley had increased to 800. As soon as he stepped out of the transmission array platform, he heard a commotion. He glanced up and saw some disciples sweeping, some patrolling the area, and others practicing spells. Under the distant trees, some were playing chess and Go. Guan was lenient in managing the disciples. As long as they completed their daily tasks, they could arrange their time freely. In the 3rd Medicine Valley, not all disciples were idle. Most harbored ambitions of becoming outer disciples, so they worked diligently to please Guan and obtain elixirs. Guan walked towards his pavilion. The Blood Prison Great Saint was dozing on the grass below the pavilion, nature's spiritual energy slowly flowing into his body. Suddenly, the pavilion door opened, and Yu beckoned to Guan. Seeing this, Guan sighed helplessly and walked over. This pavilion belonged to Lu Lingjun. After Divine Exotic City was taken by Liya, Lu Lingjun returned. She was in seclusion for cultivation until Yu entered the valley, causing a change. The two of them unexpectedly got along well. Having heard that Lu Lingjun was a great cultivator in the Mystic Heart Realm, Yu became intrigued and approached her, successfully befriending her through her Star Sea congregation's background. Guan didn't need to enter the pavilion to know what they would discuss. It was definitely about establishing the Ascension sect. Guan was also forcibly pulled into their plan. As long as he provided medicinal herbs, he could secure a high-level seat in the future. Upon entering, Yu closed the door. Guan walked into the hall. Lu Lingjun was sitting at the table, which was covered in papers, with a small white snake coiled on them. He sat down, teasing the White Spirit Demon Emperor, enjoying stroking its snake head. The White Spirit Demon Emperor, having concealed its cultivation, was usually docile. Besides, Lu Lingjun had privately instructed it, so it had to comply with Guan's actions. Yu quickly sat beside Guan, excitedly saying, "Recently, my people have tracked the whereabouts of ascenders, and there's more than one." Guan responded irritably, "You drag me into this just for that? I have no intention of leaving the Supreme Sect." He wondered what Lu Lingjun had said to make this native Yu Yingying so obsessed with creating the Ascension sect. Moreover, Yu Yingying, though only in the Foundation establishment realm, had many spies at sea. Previously, Guan overheard their conversation and learned that Yu Yingying's grandfather was one of the Sea Lords of the Star Sea congregations, meaning he was at least in the wandering immortal realm. Guan felt quite unsettled about this. He had known Yu Yingying first, but she hadn't confided in him, instead revealing everything to Lu Lingjun. Since you two are so close, why not just soar to great heights together? Yu Yingying giggled. Of course, it's not about asking you to invite them. With your cultivation level, seeing them would be quite difficult. I'm just informing you that the framework of the Ascension sect is almost formed. Lu Lingjun nodded, saying, I plan to establish the Ascension sect outside the 3 dynasties. The Supreme Sect will also support us. To this, Guan was not surprised. The position of the Taitsong dynasty was too awkward, located at the southernmost part of the continent. The spirit mines discovered by the Supreme Sect in the Demon Clan's territory were constantly plundered by other sects, preventing the sect from expanding to the north. If the Ascension sect could be established, other sects might not target it. In the future, the cooperation between the 2 sects would certainly hinder the development efforts of other sections. Regarding the sect competition in the 3 dynasties area, Guan had no intention of intervening. The Supreme Sect had not been gathering disciples or seeking Sword Venerable Fudeo's help, as both the Venerable Pavilion and the Hall of Elders were harboring pent-up frustrations, determined to elevate the Supreme Sect to the foremost sect among the 3 dynasties. Lu Lingjun said, I plan to personally head south. I'm just letting you know, so you won't wonder where I went. Guan said, you don't need to report your whereabouts to me. Huh? Lu Lingjun glanced at him, her gaze slightly cold. Guan pouted and said no more. Yu Yingying began excitedly detailing the information on the Ascenders. There were 5 in total, 3 males and 2 females, residing on island within the Starseed Congregation's domain. The weakest among them had reached the Unification Realm, with 2 having reached the Mystic Heart Realm. There were actually many Ascenders overseas. Once they understood the survival rules of this world, they no longer hid their origins. After all, cultivators here couldn't ascend to the lower realms, and they weren't interested in the lower realms. Guan listened attentively, contemplating the impact if the Ascension sect truly established itself in the immortal cultivation world on the continent. Ascenders might not have the highest cultivation, but their survival skills and temperament were formidable. Whether Lu Lingjun could win them over remained uncertain to Guan. An hour later, Lu Lingjun left with the White Spirit Demon Emperor. Guan and Yu Yingying saw them off. As Lu Lingjun's figure disappeared into the sky, Yu Yingying looked at Guan, patted his shoulder, and laughed. When the Ascension sect is established, you could be counted as an elder. Your destiny will change. Remember to thank me. Guan looked at her, curiously asking, You're not even an Ascender. Why are you so enthusiastic? Once the Ascension sect was established, those without Ascension experience would surely be marginalized or scorned, as the sect's teachings would focus on gathering Ascenders. It's interesting. In this lifetime, if you could do a few notable things, it wouldn't be a waste of time in this mortal world. If you could leave a mark, that would be even better, Yu Yingying said matter-of-factly. Guan was surprised. With your background, why do you sound like? He noticed that in her true form, Yu Yingying had a peculiar causal force within her, limiting her spiritual power's growth. Once her cultivation couldn't progress, even with a maximum lifespan of 5,000 years, Yu Yingying would surely die at the age of 400. Yu Yingying looked at him and sniffed. Right? I already know my fate. In this lifetime, I can't pursue the immortal path. With that, she turned and left, not wanting to continue the conversation with Guan Gu, and didn't press further. Having come this far, he asked a single question, as he wouldn't involve himself in Yu Yingying's fate. He couldn't ensure his junior sister's immortality, so he wasn't qualified to help others. He turned and went back inside to practice alchemy, planning to bring the elixirs to the outer gate city in a few days. The time came to the end of summer. In the third Medicine Valley, Guan was studying the Ziwei Array Chronicles when he suddenly felt something casting his gaze outside the window, frowning slightly. Why has this guy been so restless recently? Guan pondered in confusion. In the past month, Liu repeatedly used the power of divine exotic city, starting anew today. Liu was far from him, and he couldn't capture him with divine sense due to the prohibitions of the Star Sea congregations along the way. He didn't want to alarm their great cultivators. Even without using divine sense, he could learn about Li Ya's situation through the mental connection with the divine exotic immortal spirit. After a moment of hesitation, Guan inquired the divine exotic immortal spirit with his mind. Soon, the spirit informed him of the reason. Liu was exploring a secret realm, one of the legacy secret realms of the Star Sea congregations. If he succeeded, had gained the ancient legacy of the congregations. With the power of divine exotic city, Liu had already reached the final challenge, facing the remnants of the inheritor's soul, with the army of divine soul demons unable to capture it for a while. Knowing the reason, Guan stopped worrying. Liu had been with the Star Sea congregations for over 5 years. If they had intended to harm him, they would have done so long ago. It seemed the congregations genuinely wanted to nurture him. Guan withdrew his gaze and continued studying the Ziwei Array Chronicles in his hand. Time continued to pass. An hour later, boom! A deafening roar from afar interrupted Guan's thoughts once again. What's special about today? Why is there so much commotion? Guan muttered quietly, sending his divine sense towards the source of the sound. Before long, his expression changed dramatically. Reflected in his pupils was an endless ocean. At this moment, a gigantic fissure appeared in the ocean, continuously expanding. The seawater furiously rushed into the fissure, forming a spectacular waterfall. The deep fissure stretched for miles. Guan sensed other divine senses being drawn to the ocean fissure and many cultivators heading towards it. The ocean was to the west of the continent. Guan's divine sense traveled a long way, discovering the fissure extended for tens of thousands of miles and was still growing, seemingly dividing the ocean in two. Strangely, despite the seawater pouring into the fissure, the sea level didn't drop but maintained its majestic sight. Fortunately, the ocean fissure was far from the continent, with a landmass in between. Guan retracted his divine sense and continued reading, planning to visit Immortal Seeking Island later for information. On Immortal Seeking Island, Guan could always hear various significant oceanic events. Late at night, Guan arrived at Xianxia Cave, walking towards the stone table. As soon as his footsteps sounded, 2 fragrances greeted him. Next, his arms were embraced, sinking into softness. Master! Greetings, Master! 2 enchanting women clung to Guan's arms, one in a blue dress, the other in a white dress. They had graceful figures and delicate features, gazing at Guan with eyes like rippling water. They were Xianxia and Bai after shape-shifting. Guan, wearing a mask, asked, "What's that smell on you?" Xianxia tilted her head and said, "It's a special water mist made. It gives off a distinctive fragrance, masking our demon scent, so Master won't dislike us." Guan remained silent, inwardly satisfied. The newly shape-shifted Xianxia and Bai indeed had a foul demon scent, which made him reluctant to be close to them before. Allowing them to hold him, Guan walked towards the small building. The 2 cat demons chattered nonstop, just like Xianxia. Soon, Xianxia emerged from the house, beaming as she approached Guan, expecting praise. Unfortunately, Guan didn't mention the fragrance, but asked about her cultivation progress. Chapter 227 Immortal King Guan sat at the stone table, enjoying Xianxia and Bai's shoulder and leg massages. He cast his gaze toward Xianxia, occasionally giving remarks on her limitless freedom step, feeling quite content. Xianxia felt rather frustrated, but had no choice but to listen. After a long while, Guan finally stopped his pointers to her and said, "Xianxia, Bai, Today, I will teach you a divine skill. Do you wish to learn? Upon hearing this, the two girls immediately nodded, their eyes shining with excitement. Guan raised his hand, using his index finger to touch their foreheads. In an instant, their bodies stiffened, and a figure practicing divine skills was reflected in their pupils, their postures constantly changing. He imparted the Taoist gang primal energy to them. Tianqing and Tianbai needed many years to master it, which would also help them settle down. During the massages, their hands had been a bit restless, which made Guan slightly displeased, hence a small punishment. Tian Yaoer sat down and curiously asked, "Master, what divine skill are you teaching them?" Guan briefly introduced the Taoist gang primal energy, which piqued Tian Yaoer's interest, and she began to coquettishly beg him to teach her. Having spent so much time together, Guan found it hard to refuse Tian Yaoer's requests, so he nodded in agreement. This made Tian Yaoer very excited. Her eyes darted around, thinking of something, unable to contain her smile. Once the two cat demons regained their senses, Guan let them go to practice. As they left, Tian Yaoer approached again, eagerly leaning her forehead forward with her eyes closed. Seeing her acting like a damsel waiting to be picked, Guan cursed her as a demon under his breath, then began imparting the divine skill. After teaching the divine skill, while Tian Yaoer was still immersed in the inherited memories, Guan began picking medicinal herbs. Tianqing and Tianbai were very restless. Wherever Guan went, they would practice nearby, constantly chatting with him. It wasn't until dawn that Guan finally left. As autumn arrived, the weather became slightly cool. Guan crossed several seas and reached Immortal Seeking Island. Sure enough, news of the ocean rift had already spread across Immortal Seeking Island, and everyone was talking about it. It was said that the rift was still continuously expanding, making it impossible to gauge its length. The width alone reached 100 miles, causing unease, as if the entire mortal world was about to split in two. During this time, Guan even saw heaven and earth flying immortal approaching the ocean rift, but they were powerless as well. "Senior, I heard a legend. Long ago, the mortal world was submerged by the ocean. Countless Taoist traditions perished. When the ocean receded, all beings returned to living on land, and sects sprang up like bamboo shoots after a rain. One of those sects was the Red Dust sect. The sect master of Red Dust sect created the Immortal Path's supreme treasure, divine exotic city, which suppressed the mortal world and achieved the position of immortal king. Before the Red Dust sect master fell, he split the ocean in two. Then his body fell and was buried at the bottom of the sea. His realm was unimaginable, and some say it was the power of his bones that cracked the ocean. No one knows if it's true. Hu Shaojian followed beside Guan, speaking mysteriously. Red Dust sect, divine exotic city? Upon hearing this, Guan suddenly felt that the ocean rift was related to the Seven Stars spirit realm. The Seven Stars spirit realm first released the divine exotic city, then created the ocean rift. What was their true intention? Help me gather all the legends and records of immortal kings throughout history, Guan instructed. Previously, the ghost mother of ephemera had sent the 9 Nether 13 evil to deliver the immortal king crown to Gu, and hidden beneath the crown were the bones and soul of the evil emperor. Guan buried the immortal king crown at the bottom of a lake in the North Sea and had not touched it since. He originally thought the immortal king was just a title, but now it seemed there were many immortal kings. Hu Shaojian quickly agreed, being able to work for Gu and made him feel honored. Having spent so many years with Guan, he felt fortunate to have someone powerful to rely on. Serving a loose immortal was indeed his blessing. There was an auction on Immortal Seeking Island in a couple of days, and Hu Shaojian recommended Guan attend because there was a sapling of a 9th rank spirit tree. Upon hearing this, Guan immediately agreed. Half a day later, Guan left with the sapling of the 9th rank spirit tree. Some loose immortals attempted to track him, but couldn't keep up. Guan arrived at the Outer World Cave and planted the sapling of the 9th rank spirit tree. Tree of Luo Hai, ninth rank 56 slash 80,000 slash 500,000. 500,000 years maximum lifespan. If he were to kill it now, Guan could gain 8,000 years of life, but he would not engage in killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. The tree of Luo Hai could form the Luo Tian energy C, gather spiritual energy, and enhance the growth environment of all things. The Luo Tian energy C could even bring down spiritual rain, which it was said offered a chance for enlightenment from the heavens and earth. This kind of spirit tree made Guan very excited. In 10,000 years, the outer world cave would be fully cultivated. By then, if his old friend were no longer around, he could retreat there for tens of thousands of years. With Tian Yaoer keeping him company, he would never be lonely. Guan admired the tree of Luo Hai for a long time before leaving. When he returned again, it was already 10 years later. In 10 years, the tree of Luo Hai had grown significantly taller. Tian Yaoer accompanied Guan, standing by his side, gazing up at the tree of Luo Hai together. In the distance, Tianqing and Tian Ba were playing around. Guan had taken them in to serve Tian Yaoer, but since Tian Yaoer was often in seclusion, she rarely disciplined them, leading to their continued innocence and playful nature. 10 years had passed, and Tian Yaoer's cultivation level had reached the second layer of the nascent soul realm. Master, we've been looking for so long. Shouldn't we leave now? Tian Yaoer asked softly. Guan came back to his senses, nodded gently, then took her and left. Tian Yaoer urged him because she didn't want to waste time here. She had a lot she wanted to discuss with Guan. However, she could sense that Guan's mood wasn't high. This feeling persisted until Guan left. Returning to Mystic Valley, Guan sat at his desk, holding the green hero travelogue, unable to calm his mind. He sighed quietly, feeling very troubled. The reason for his distress was because tonight Yilan was going to release the cultivation suppressed by the primordial reincarnation skill. He was already 122 years old, whereas Yilan was 117, only 13 years away from the end of her lifespan. He feared that the primordial reincarnation skill might have issues, so he left 13 years as a buffer. Over these years, he had sent countless elixirs to Yilan, which should have helped her accumulate a significant amount of cultivation. Guan thought this, feeling a bit more at ease. He sent his divine sense toward the outer gate city, inside Yilan's mansion. Yilan was meditating on her bed, practicing her skills. Guan could feel that her cultivation realm was loosening. He waited until the deep of night. Yilan's cultivation was completely released. Guan had set up many formations in her mansion in advance. Nonetheless, her aura still alerted many people because he couldn't lay formations beyond his apparent abilities grade. More and more people gathered toward Yilan's mansion. Fortunately, the outer sect's great elder LV Songhan arrived in time, dispersing the disciples and dispatching subordinates to guard the mansion. This was Guan's prior arrangement. Guan could feel that Yilan was forming a core, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Until dawn, Yilan began forming her nascent soul. This made Guan secretly shocked. The primordial reincarnation skill was quite domineering. Of course, the reason Yilan could break through so quickly was mainly because Guan had invested a lot of elixirs. The value of those elixirs had already surpassed the accumulation of most nascent soul realm cultivators. After 2 more days, Yilan's cultivation finally stabilized. But her commotion had attracted the attention of the inner sect and the main city of the sect. Guan had no choice but to stand guard at the mansion's entrance. LV Batian flew over. Seeing Guan, he immediately approached him. Facing the sect leader, Guan did not conceal anything. He explained the origin of the Taoist expansion skill and revealed that the reason Yilan's breakthrough caused such a stir was that he had poured all the medicinal herbs he had obtained over the years into elixirs for her. LV Batian had heard of the Taoist expansion skill. Wuxia was now a key figure beside Li Xiandao, and the power of the Taoist expansion skill had already spread in the immortal cultivation world. He hadn't expected Guan to be so sentimental. He knew that Guan possessed 3 medicine valleys, and the quantity of medicinal herbs he obtained yearly was immense. That he would pour it all into Yilan was astonishing. They'll handle this. You can wait here in peace, LV Baitian said, and then signaled to LV Songhan. He had LV Songhan proclaim that a great cultivator at the divinity transformation realm was practicing in the mansion, and no one was to disturb. A foundation establishment realm cultivator reaching the divinity transformation realm in 2 days would indeed cause a huge stir, but if it was a divinity transformation realm cultivator practicing, the impact would be much less. Guan stood and waited in front of the mansion until evening, when Yilan's aura calmed. LV Songhan finally led his people away. Guan entered the mansion and walked toward Yilan's room. Standing in front of the door, he waited. "Senior brother, why don't you come in?" Yilan's voice came from inside the room. Guan took a deep breath and pushed the door open. His gaze was immediately drawn to Yilan on the bed. He quickly performed a lifespan detection. Yilan, Divinity Transformation Stage, 5th level, 117/600/600. Only 600 years of lifespan? Guan frowned, his heart sinking. Yilan opened her eyes, looked at him, and smiled. "Senior brother, I've reached the Divinity Transformation realm. It's incredible." She was very excited, unaware that her lifespan was only 600 years. In her understanding, living 1,000 years at the Divinity Transformation realm was not difficult, and she believed her cultivation would grow higher in the future. The primordial reincarnation skill could extend the maximum lifespan, but couldn't ensure that the practitioner's lifespan increased with breakthroughs. After all, this skill was meant to defy fate. Guan smiled and said, "Really? That's great, junior sister. You'll have to look after me from now on." Yilan laughed. "The technique is yours. When you release your cultivation, you'll definitely be more powerful than I am." Guan hadn't practiced the primordial reincarnation skill, but hearing her say this, he had no choice but to agree. Yilan got up and sat at the table with Guan, starting to talk about her breakthrough experiences. Guan, meanwhile, pondered how to help Yilan achieve enlightenment. At present, it seemed enlightenment was the best way to extend the maximum lifespan. But how difficult enlightenment was. Chapter 228, the 9,999-year lifespan limit feeling down. Guan looked at the excited Yilan, and his mood gradually improved. No matter what, he at least helped Yilan extend her life by 470 years, and her cultivation progressed from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Divinity Transformation realm, making her future life more exciting. With nearly 500 more years of life, perhaps she would have her own opportunities in the future. Guan smiled and occasionally echoed Yilan's words. When Yilan finished speaking, Guan said, "I recommend you go to the inner sect." Yilan nodded. With a face full of yearning, she said, "If I cannot progress further in this life, it would not be in vain to experience the world of great cultivators." Since Guan stepped into the room, Yilan had noticed something was off with his expression. Recalling Guan's usual advice, Yilan thought of many possibilities. One thing was certain, her senior brother was very concerned about her lifespan. Yilan did not feel afraid or disappointed. Instead, she felt very content. Without her senior brother's help, she might have been a servant disciple for her whole life, let alone reaching the Foundation Establishment realm. Everything now seemed like a dream. "If I can only live for a few hundred years, senior brother, you need not regret. If fate allows, we can meet in the next life, right?" Yilan blinked and said with a light laugh. Guan was startled, then laughed. "Yes, if it's meant to be, even reincarnation can't stop it." They talked from the future to the past this time. Guan chose to stay overnight at Yilan's residence, and they talked all night without feeling tired. Early the next day, Guan left. Yilan saw him off to the gate. Watching his departing figure, the sense of loss welled up in her heart once again. After her cultivation level rose, she increasingly found her senior brother's demeanor extraordinary. Perhaps her senior brother had already reached a certain stage. After all, he was valued by the sword venerable Fudao. Yilan knew one thing for sure. If it was not just a chance meeting with the sword venerable Fudao, the sword venerable would not have taken action with the Qinghong sword. Guan just wanted to avoid trouble. That's why he hid his relationship with the sword venerable Fudao. Yilan could understand this. Senior brother, I will always be with you for the rest of my life. Yilan smiled, her eyes filled with an expectant smile. The future was far away. She did not want to think about it too much. She just wanted to cherish the present. Putting aside Yilan's matter for the time being, unlike the Taoist expansion skill which could only lift the cultivation constraints once in a lifetime, the primordial reincarnation skill could be repeatedly cultivated. Yilan would continue to suppress her cultivation in the future and release it after hundreds of years. Then the ultimate lifespan should be able to increase again, but Guan was not sure if the effect would be the same as the first time lifting the cultivation constraints. Anyway, this was at least a hope. After hundreds of years, Guan's cultivation would also transform, and perhaps he could find the chance to change Yilan's fate against the heavens. Compared to Yilan, Guan was more worried about Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, this fellow, usually did not work hard on cultivation, and even if the cultivation constraints were lifted, the improvement would be limited, certainly not as good as Yilan. But Xiaochuan had already seen through life and death, without fear of life and death, so Guan was not so regretful. Everyone has their own choice. Everyone will experience farewells. Guan was not a stubborn person. If he was powerless, he could only work hard on his cultivation and see the end of the immortal path on behalf of his old friends. This year's summer was not as hot as previous years. In the third medicine valley, Guan went downstairs, looking at the myriad forms of life in the valley, and he had a smile on his face, feeling very good. In the distance, Yu Yingying was instructing an Xian and several female disciples in practicing spells. Although her cultivation level was very low, she understood many spells. The blood prison great saint was chasing the white spirit rat again. The gap between them was very small. Whenever he was about to catch the white spirit rat, it always managed to dodge, making him extremely angry and unwilling to stop, so he could only keep chasing. 10 years had passed, and Lu Lingjun had not returned yet. Guan detected through his divine sense that her ascension sect had been preliminarily established, but one of the ascenders had offended an overseas family, and they had an ongoing grudge for several years. Guan just watched the play with no intention of meddling. Although Lu Lingjun had been injured many times, it was not to the extent of life-threatening. It had to be said that ascenders were indeed very tenacious. Even though the enemy was powerful, they had no plans to back down and were prepared to fight to the death, not giving up until justice was served. Xiaochuan came to Guan's side and said, "Senior brother, I just recruited 100 servant disciples. Do you want to take a look?" Over the past 10 years, disciples have constantly established their foundations and left, while new disciples joined, and the total number of disciples had breached 900. Guan, being idle, agreed and nodded. He followed Xiaochuan to the grassy area at the edge of the pavilion area, where 100 servant disciples were waiting, very nervous and whispering to each other. "Will the Valley Master accept us?" "He should. The head disciple brought us here." This third Medicine Valley is not simple. It sends out several Foundation Establishment Realm disciples each year to help them become Outer Sect disciples. I've heard that too. It's said that the Valley Master is the disciple of the sect leader. The most important thing is that the Valley Master is very generous. Some were excited, some were anxious, and some were so nervous that they were shaking all over. When they saw Xiaochuan and Guan approaching, they all shut up. Their gazes fell on Guan and were amazed by his appearance and demeanor. So young, so handsome. Guan's eyes swept over these servant disciples, constantly checking their lifespans. In the past decades, there were no few buried talents among the servant disciples recruited by Xiaochuan, but none had an ultimate lifespan exceeding 1,000 years. Guan had never focused on cultivating servant disciples, so the master-disciple bond was not close. With one glance, all had ultimate lifespans of 100 or 200 years, occasionally showing up one with over 300 years. Yang Jian, Energy Cultivation Realm 3rd Layer 15/97/9999. Yang. Even true Lord Erlang appeared, and with the same ultimate lifespan as in Hao. Gu An's gaze fixed on Yang Jian. He pointed at Yang Jian and transmitted his voice to Xiaochuan, asking him to call that kid out. Yang Jian wore simple gray clothes, his face slightly black, looking like he had been doing farm work since childhood, but his facial contours were very good. If well-groomed, he would appear handsome. He stood in the crowd, very inconspicuous. Watching Xiaochuan approach, everyone held their breath, both nervous and expectant. Xiaochuan squeezed into the crowd, patted Yang Jian on the shoulder, and asked him to come out. Yang Jian was stunned, and quickly followed, feeling very anxious, afraid that Guan would find him unpleasant. When he stood in front of Guan, he heard Guan ask, "Introduce yourself." Yang Jian came to his senses and hurriedly said, "My name is Yang Jian, from Longhu Town, Su Province. I am 15 years old, and my family has 9 members." Before Guan could speak, Xiaochuan couldn't help but ask, "Yang Jian? Which Yang? Which Jian?" Yang Jian scratched his head awkwardly and said, "It's Yang Jian from the Investiture of the Gods, true Lord Erlang from Journey to the West. I really like these 2 books, so I changed my name to Yang Jian after joining the Supreme Sect. My old name was Yang Xiaohu, which sounded really bad." As soon as he finished speaking, the other servant disciples burst into laughter. Hearing this, Guan breathed a sigh of relief. "Scared me to death." He really thought this kid was Yang Jian from the Investiture of the Gods. After all, this nearly 10,000-year ultimate lifespan was too eye-catching. To date, Guan had encountered 3 people with an ultimate lifespan of 9,999 years, and Hao, the Blood Prison Great Saint, and Yang Jian. He scrutinized Yang Jian, finding his bones peculiar, and his spirit root was a mixed spirit root of the 5 elements, but his bones were unlike ordinary people. This point was hard to detect without reaching the Immortal Path realm. His bones needed a vast amount of spiritual energy to revive. In other words, if Yang Jian could not awaken his physical body, he was no different from an ordinary servant disciple. Without the lifespan detection, Guan would not have detected this. If not encountered by Guan, Yang Jian would likely never have been noticed for his extraordinary traits, as the number of immortals in the Taitsong dynasty was few, making it hard for him to come in contact with them. Xiaochuan, with a dark expression, said, "You really know how to name yourself, daring to take the name of true Lord Erlang, who is so divine and handsome." He also liked the Investiture of the Gods and Journey to the West, and had a very good impression of Yang Jian. In the Investiture of the Gods, Guan included the story of Yang Jian rescuing his mother on Peach Mountain, making Yang Jian's character more complete and raising his popularity to the highest in the Investiture of the Gods, surpassing even Neza. The other servant disciples joined in the teasing, making Yang Jian's face turn red, wanting to find a hole to crawl into. Choosing a new name after embarking on the path of immortal cultivation is also a way to show your ambition. From now on, you shall be called Yang Jian. Guan said. With his words, the other disciples dared not laugh anymore. Then, Guan gave some courteous encouragement and explained some rules of the Medicine Valley, stating that as long as the disciples worked diligently, he was willing to help them establish their foundations and pursue the immortal path. After speaking, Guan turned and left. He would not accept someone as a disciple based solely on their ultimate lifespan. He would observe Yang Jian's future behavior. If he had good character, Guan would be willing to help, forming a kind fate. If his character was mean, then he would live his exceptional lifespan in mediocrity. Due to being singled out by Guan, Yang Jian was pursued by other disciples looking to befriend him, making him feel flattered. He looked at Gu An's departing figure, his eyes full of gratitude. Without Gu An's recognition, his name would have been constantly mocked. He decided secretly that he must perform well and strive to get a foundation establishment pill someday. Back in his room, Guan couldn't help but turn his gaze to Hao. Compared to Yin, Su Han, and Zhenqin, and Hao was his true disciple, inheriting his cultivation techniques and ultimate skills. He had always held great expectations for Hao. And Hao's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm, and terrifyingly, he was not yet 100 years old. At the moment, Hao was cultivating on a small island in the ocean, with Qi Jiuxiao and Qi Bei also on the island, guiding him in his cultivation. Both were stunned by Hao's talent. If they didn't know that Hao had a mentor at the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, they would have fought to take him as a disciple. Guan noticed that Qi Bai's cultivation level was continuously dropping. It seemed the poison of the immortal swallowing scorpion could not be completely eliminated. He needed to find an opportunity to pass the Yang with primordial skills advanced technique to how to prevent Hao from being surpassed by Li Ye and Zhang Buku. Chapter 2, 29 Yang Jian's longing with the passing of summer and the arrival of autumn. The third medicine valley gradually became tinged with yellow. Yang Jian came before the blood prison great saint, respectfully presenting a platter filled with flowers and fruits. The blood prison great saint lay on the ground and gave him a casual glance. "Is it washed clean?" he asked indifferently. Yang Jian quickly nodded and whispered, "I washed it 3 times. The blood prison great saint lowered his head to sniff, then said, "Not bad. Keep it up, you may go now." Yang Jian stood up, bowed, and then retreated. Ever since Guan approved his name, he had been more driven than the other disciples. Not only was he busy with chores in the valley, but he also served the blood prison great saint and the white spirit rat diligently. His industriousness made the other servant disciples feel disdainful, so they gradually began to distance themselves from him. Despite this, he did not feel embarrassed, but was instead full of anticipation. He knew full well that with his average talent, if he only did what the other disciples did, he would at most earn a single foundation establishment pill. He believed that even if he reached foundation establishment, it wouldn't change his fate. There were many foundation establishment realm disciples in the outer sect who still remained at the bottom. But if he could gain the favor of the Valley Master, that would be entirely different. Lacking aptitude and connections, Guan represented the greatest opportunity in Yang Jian's eyes. He didn't know how to go about pleasing Guan deliberately, so he used his spare time to take care of Guan's mounts and spirit pets. Yang Jian stood at the wooden fence, looking out over the vast expanse of the Medicine Valley's garden. He wiped the sweat from his face, filled with hopes for the future. Being able to join such a Medicine Valley was already very fortunate. Next, he needed to seize this fortune. Days went by one after another. In late autumn, someone came to visit Guan. It was Wu Ju, whom he hadn't seen in many years. Wu Ju, visiting the third Medicine Valley for the first time, was amazed by its grandeur. "I'm looking for Guan," Wu Ju said, grabbing a person. Coincidentally, that person was Yang Jian. Yang Jian was sweeping the ground and couldn't help but ask, "May I ask for your name, Senior? What is your relationship with the Valley Master?" "My name is Wu Ju. Guan and I are brothers. I've been away for many years and came here specifically to see him today," Wu Ju replied. Hearing this, Yang Jian dared not be careless. He asked Wu Ju to wait for a moment and ran all the way to Xiaochuan to report the matter, asking Xiaochuan to make the decision. Xiaochuan then went to Guan's pavilion and relayed the story at the door. In fact, Guan had already sensed Wu Ju's arrival, but since Wu Ju had now cultivated the energy-concealing sorcery, it was hard for him to detect directly. So he waited for his disciples to report it to him. "Bring him over," came Guan's voice from inside the room. Xiaochuan immediately called out to Yang Jian, sending the waiting Yang Jian downstairs on an errand. Just as Yang Jian turned around, Wu Ju suddenly rushed past like a gust of wind, startling him so much that he widened his eyes. He stood there dumbfounded, watching Wu Ju leave a trail of afterimages as he swiftly went upstairs. Even Xiaochuan, who was upstairs, had his hair blown around and stood frozen in place. Wu Ju pushed open the door, saw Guan, and smiled, turning around to close the door behind him. Xiaochuan came to his senses and turned to descend stairs. Yang Jian was still stunned. It wasn't until Xiaochuan beckoned to him that he finally snapped out of it. He didn't inquire about Wu Ju's identity, but in his heart, a great determination ignited. He also wanted to become a great cultivator like Wu Ju. On the other side, inside the room, Guan poured tea for Wu Ju and listened to him recount his experiences over the years. After sitting down and adjusting his mindset, he used lifespan detection on Wu Ju as if he were about to open a blind box. Wu Ju, nascent soul realm, level 8 124/890/7600. So many years had passed, but Wu Ju's maximum lifespan had not increased, indicating that he hadn't made any breakthroughs in path enlightenment for decades. Guan felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped that Wu Ju could continue his path enlightenment indefinitely. Of course, with Wu Ju's current talent and status, reaching the Nirvana realm before the age of 7,600 wouldn't be difficult. However, Guan thought it a pity that Wu Ju wouldn't reach the ultimate lifespan limit of 9,999 years. Wu Ju didn't notice any change in Guan's expression and continued to talk excitedly about his experiences over the years. Guan listened attentively. The timid boy from back then had now grown to be a capable individual. Hearing him now also made Guan feel somewhat emotional. After a long time, Wu Ju began to speak about his troubles. The Emperor treats me very well and has tried hard to win me over, but my master also treats me exceptionally, training me without reservation. Now, the Zhou family behind my master is not only in conflict with the Taizong dynasty, but is also challenging the supreme sect. Wu Ju spoke with a face full of anguish. He had embarked on the immortal cultivation path at the supreme sect, so he had deep feelings for it. When the Zhou family left the supreme sect, it made things difficult for him. Hence, he chose to serve Li Xiandao to avoid the disputes. But now, with the Zhou family supporting the great Jiang dynasty, a three-way war was imminent, and he faced another decision. This time, he had returned to seek Guan's opinion. After hearing this, Guan also felt troubled. Repaying a debt of gratitude was always the hardest. He pondered for a moment and then asked, "Who do you think is the most important?" Wu Ju was silent for a moment before he replied, "In my heart, the supreme sect is definitely the most important. Whether it is my master or the emperor, they chose me only after I had grown up. Without the supreme sect, I wouldn't have met them." He raised his eyes to look at Guan, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Guan smiled and said, "Since you can make a choice, I won't say more. Regardless of your decision, I will support you." Wu Ju felt a smile spread across his face and sighed. "I have to consider how to face them in the future. It's simple. Don't become their enemy. Support the supreme sect unilaterally. There are many ways to repay them. You don't have to follow orders blindly," Guan reassured him. Wu Ju nodded, then took out various treasures from his storage bag, placing them on the table. "This is the demon extermination elixir, which can prevent the birth of inner demons. This is the sleeve gold sword array. Though small, it can form a large sword array once infused with spiritual power. This is the substitute mouth cricket. It's of no practical use, but can speak for you and serve as entertainment. And this top-grade Dharma artifact, Miss Cloud Boots, allows you to create clouds under your feet and soar through the skies. It was a reward from the Emperor for slaying the enemy's general." Wu Ju introduced the treasures one by one. There were 8 in total, each with different uses. After he finished speaking, Guan pretended to decline, but Wu Ju insisted, saying he had received many elixirs from Guan in the past and had to pay him back. After several refusals, Wu Ju glared and said, "Are we not brothers? You must accept these, or we can't be brothers anymore." Guan had no choice but to agree reluctantly. "Next time you visit, don't bring so many things. I don't need them, and our bond can't be measured by treasures," Guan said seriously. He genuinely didn't want them and hoped Wu Ju wouldn't go to so much trouble. Wu Ju waved his hand and said, "I don't care. When I see good things, I think of you. Since you don't venture out and only focus on cultivation, They'll find you all the magic artifacts and secret books you need. Guan smiled and didn't continue the topic. It wasn't until dusk that Wuju left, having made up his mind to choose the supreme sect. He intended to see the sect leader next. Guan stood on the balcony, watching the direction in which Wuju departed. The sunset was beautiful, even nearing twilight. Guan saw Yang Jian staring blankly in the direction Wuju had gone. During this time, Yang Jian's performance had been commendable, and in Gu An's eyes, he was already halfway toward becoming a disciple. In the future, if Yang Jian became famous and even surpassed Wuju, would Wuju remember that the minor cultivator who led the way for him today was the renowned Yang Jian? Guan found the thought amusing, and a smile appeared on his lips. He noticed that he was developing a mischievous habit of imagining the astonishment of those around him. In the blink of an eye, 5 more years passed. During these 5 years, and Hao broke through to the divinity transformation realm, and Wuju reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, on the verge of a breakthrough. Since Wuju had decided to stay in the Supreme Sect, he hadn't left the Supreme Sect. After expressing his intentions to LV Batian was very pleased and began investing substantial resources in him, creating momentum for him. Now, Wuju was one of the top 3 talents in the Supreme Sect, holding the position of a true disciple. 127-year-old Gu and had a lifespan nearing 16,400,000 years, still far from the billion mark, but he hadn't harvested the high-rank medical herbs from the outer world cave yet. He was eagerly looking forward to those high-rank medical herbs. Throughout these years, Guan occasionally went to Immortal Seeking Island to buy high-rank medical herbs. The number of 7th-order medicinal herbs planted in the outer world cave had exceeded 100,000, and the number of 8th-order medicinal herbs surpassed 10,000. Once all these herbs matured, harvesting them would significantly extend his lifespan. On this day, Guan had just returned from Immortal Seeking Island. He walked into the 3rd Medicine Valley with a slight frown. Recently, more and more loose immortals had been eyeing him, so he needed to consider purchasing medicinal herbs from other islands. The price of a single 7th-order medicinal herb was astronomical. Gu An's extensive purchases at Immortal Seeking Island had made him one of their top 10 clients, naturally drawing envy. As Guan passed by the Blood Prison Great Saint, he saw Yang Jian standing nearby, washing the Blood Prison Great Saint. He said, "Don't spoil him. He spends his days lazing around, only knowing how to eat and sleep." Yang Jian quickly responded, "It's fine. I don't have anything to do anyway." Guan said no more and quickly went upstairs. The Blood Prison Great Saint, thinking he had upset Guan, quietly said, "Yang Jian, come here." Hearing this, Yang Jian hurried over and squatted in front of him. "Come find me at midnight tonight. It'll teach you a spell," the Blood Prison Great Saint said mysteriously. Yang Jian's expression became strange. "There's no need. I'm not taking care of you for any benefit," he said. What he desired was Gu An's favor. What kind of spell could a bull demon teach him? "I don't care. You must come," the Blood Prison Great Saint demanded, and Yang Jian had no choice but to agree. He stood up and left, glancing towards the pavilion where Guan resided. If only it were his master teaching him a spell instead. Inside the room, after sitting down, Guan spread his divine sense, looking towards the ocean trench to the east. This great trench had ceased to extend, but still existed across the ocean, frequently drawing great cultivators to observe. Guan sensed the presence of an entity surpassing the wandering immortal realm flying above the ocean trench. The individual displayed their aura recklessly, drawing many divine senses to probe. Chapter 230, Sect Leader's Successor. Guan looked for a while and then withdrew his gaze. Without knowing the other party's intentions, he didn't want to provoke them. The ocean trench had been around for many years without any disaster so far. Guan hoped this tranquility could last long enough to give him time to grow. He picked up the latest volume of the Green Hero Travelogue from the table and started reading. This book was sent by Xianxia, and he had already read it several times. Each reading gave him a different flavor. Xianxia seemed flamboyant and unrestrained, but he was actually meticulous and skilled in writing about women. Night fell. Yang Jian came to the blood prison great saint's side, wanting to say something, but hesitating. The blood prison great saint stood up, and with a twist of his ox-like, but dropped a line before leaving, "Follow me." Yang Jian had no choice but to follow. Well, maybe by appeasing it, it will mess with me less in the future, Yang Jian thought silently, his mood improving. The man and ox arrived in a forest a dozen miles away. The forest was vast, echoing with the sounds of insects. The blood prison great saint turned around to face Yang Jian, then started cultivating energy. In an instant, his red ox hair began to flow like burning blood flames, and a fierce aura erupted from his body. Huh! Yang Jian's eyes widened, his whole being becoming alert. This aura, could this lazy ox really know spells? The blood prison great saint let out a deep ox roar, making Yang Jian feel an explosion by his ear, his brain buzzing. It took him a while to recover, looking at the blood prison great saint in horror. The great saint still maintained his aura, looking especially menacing in the night. Yang Jian's gaze towards the blood prison great saint became fervent. The blood prison great saint raised his ox head and said, "This is a spell of the blood prison divine skill called the blood prison roar. If you train to a minor achievement realm, it can cause the enemy's divine soul to become unsettled in battle. If perfected, it could kill enemies with a roar. So powerful? I want to learn. I want to learn." Yang Jian felt ignited, the image of the blood prison great saint completely transforming in his eyes. The blood prison great saint, full of pride, said, "Cultivating the blood prison roar isn't easy. Are you ready for hardship?" "I'm not afraid of hardship," Yang Jian said firmly. The blood prison great saint grinned. Under Gu An's divine sense, he found an ox smiling to be quite eerie. This guy didn't have any ill intentions, right? Autumn and winter passed, and the new spring arrived. The third Medicine Valley began preparing for the spring festival once again. On this day, Wuju arrived, but Guan wasn't there, so he wandered around the valley. He saw the minor cultivator who had previously guided him carrying water, so he walked over and asked with a smile, "Little brother, aren't you a cultivator? Why are you carrying water yourself?" Yang Jian's eyes lit up when he saw Wuju. He hadn't forgotten Wuju's movement technique from that day, ethereal like an immortal. He replied, "This is our form of cultivation method." His voice was hoarse, speaking haltingly, making Wuju uncomfortable to listen to. "What happened to your voice?" Wuju asked with a frown. Yang Jian answered, "From practicing." Wuju shook his head with a smile, patted Yang Jian on the shoulder, and turned to leave. The reason Wuju remembered Yang Jian was that before leaving last time, Guan had asked him about his thoughts on Yang Jian. Being remembered by Gu In, he naturally developed a bit of interest in Yang Jian. But now it seemed this boy's talent was quite mediocre, with almost no advancement in cultivation over the years. Yang Jian didn't know what Wuju was thinking. Just being asked by him already made him very happy. Wuju continued wandering in the valley. An hour later, he sensed Gu An's aura. But when he turned his head, he frowned. There were actually two women beside Guan. "Why isn't it Ms. Shun?" Wuju wondered. He always thought Guan and Shun Jun liked each other, but now seeing Guan chatting and laughing with two women beside him, he felt upset. Brother Gu was letting down Ms. Shun. Guan, with Yilan and Zhenqin, flew in. The two women were curious about the scene in the Third Medicine Valley, constantly asking questions, and he answered with a smile. After landing, Wuju approached, pointing at Zhenqin, and asked, "Guan, who is this?" His tone was sharp, making Zhenqin look at him in confusion. He knew Yilan, Gu An's junior sister, but seeing Zhenqin clinging to Gu An's arm made him feel uneasy. Zhenqin's eyes lit up and said, "Are you Wuju?" Yilan nodded and said, "Yes, he is the true disciple who has recently become famous in the Supreme Sect, Wuju." Seeing Wuju, she felt very emotional. At the Goldenless Conference, She met Wu Ju through Guan. Back then, Wu Ju surprised her, but she didn't expect him to achieve so much today. Why did geniuses always appear around senior brother? Guan smiled and said, "This is my disciple, Xianxia. Let's go inside and talk." Hearing this, Wu Ju's expression softened. "When is Ms. Shen coming?" Wu Ju asked. He always believed that Guan and Shunjun were meant to be together. Guan casually replied, "How would I know when she will come?" Hearing this, Zhenxi's eyes darted between Guan and Wu Ju, thinking about something. The four of them headed towards the pavilion, Zhenxi continuously asking Wu Ju questions enthusiastically, making Wu Ju a bit shy. Before they reached the pavilion, a figure flew in quickly. Guan silently thought, "Oh no, Ms. Shen." Wu Ju called out excitedly and waved at Shunjun. Yilan and Jinqin looked toward Shunjun. She wore a white dress with a veil on her face, looking like a celestial being with an outstanding temperament. Shunjun landed beside Jinqin and smiled. "Wu Ju, long time no see." She was often in seclusion and didn't know about Wu Ju's reputation over the years. She looked at Yilan and Jinqin, full of curiosity. Guan pretended to be calm and began introducing them to each other. The three women exchanged pleasantries, creating a harmonious atmosphere, but Guan could feel the undercurrent. "I didn't expect it. Guan, you have so many female confidants?" Yu Yingying suddenly approached, asking excitedly. Wu Ju's loud voice had drawn her attention. Seeing the three women surrounding Guan and chatting, while Wu Ju maintained a polite distance, she felt there was a good show to watch. Guan turned black-faced and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Yilan looked at Yu Yingying and asked, "Who is this?" So senior brother's previous jokes were true. Many female disciples in the valley liked him. "Am Yu Yingying working for Guan?" Yu Yingying said with a smile. No one believed her, as how could an errand girl call the valley master by name? Yu Yingying continued, "I forgot to tell you, Senior Lu should be coming back for the festival." Guan kept a straight face and said, "Let her come back if she wants to." Yilan squinted her eyes and asked, "Is Senior Lu a man or woman?" Yu Yingying said, "A woman, Lu Lingjun. You should have heard of her. She's a great cultivator in the mystic heart realm." Yilan and Zhenqin's faces changed. They had indeed heard of Lu Lingjun, but didn't expect her to be connected with Gu, and Shunjun's eyes curved in a smile, looking appreciatively at Yu Yingying. "What a talent. I like her." Guan took Yilan's hand and walked towards the pavilion, saying, "My junior sister is here for the first time. I need to attend to her." Yilan's face blushed. Zhenqin hurriedly followed, feeling victorious. She proudly gave Yu Yingying a challenging look. Yu Yingying glared at Zhenqin before turning to leave. Shunjun tacitly followed suit without a word. Wu Ju stood in place, watching the backs of the three women. After thinking it over, he decided not to follow them. If they really start fighting, he would step in to protect Guan. No wonder Brother Gu doesn't cultivate. Too busy tending to his peach blossoms. Indeed, Master is right. Women are obstacles on the immortal cultivation path. They are inner demons. Wu Ju shook his head and continued strolling through the valley. Upstairs in a room, Guan poured tea for the three women. Yilan started chatting with Shunjun. Having worked in a law enforcement hall for many years, she was adept at handling people and situations, making the conversation lively and pleasant among the three women, appearing like close friends. After Guan sat down, Shunjun asked, "After Journey to the West, will you write another book? I want to read about Sun Wukong becoming the victorious fighting Buddha." Yilan and Zhenqin already knew Gu and was Panin, but still looked at him curiously, eager for his answer. Zhenqin looked at Guan, marveling inwardly. Her master's cultivation talent might be mediocre, but his writing was extraordinary. By now, more and more people knew Gu and was the author, so he didn't mind Shunjun revealing his identity intentionally. After all, his apparent cultivation level was no longer weak, and he could defend himself. No more writing, busy researching other minor arts. Guan answered casually, Xianxia felt a bit disappointed and began praising Journey to the West, saying it was better than the investiture of the gods and more meaningful. She felt Journey to the West was critiquing something. Yilan also joined in the discussion about Journey to the West, while Xianxia gazed at Guan with admiration, realizing its impact had even surpassed the investiture of the gods. An hour later, another guest arrived at the valley, freeing Guan somewhat. LV Baitian. LV Baitian entered the room, and Yilan and Xianxia quickly stood up to greet him. They were already true disciples and had naturally met LV Baitian before. Xianxia also greeted LV Baitian courteously. You all go out and have a look around. I have something to discuss with Guan, LV Baitian said indifferently, but he laughed inwardly. This kid was impressive, having so many peach blossoms, not inferior to my younger days. Xianxia couldn't help but curiously ask, Sect leader, are you very familiar with my master? LV Baitian looked at her, knowing she was Guan's disciple, then laughed. Of course. He is my appointed successor to the sect leader. During the Golden List Conference, the world's #1 Sword Dao tournament, the Alchemy Conference, and so on, it was all his idea. From now on, you can call me Martial Master. Upon hearing this, the three women widened their eyes. Guan silently thought, this is bad. Xianxia also felt surprised. She knew Guan was close with LV Baitian, thinking it was because of Pan An's identity. She didn't expect LV Baitian to hold Guan in such high regard. Seeing Gu An's expression, LV Baitian was amused and said, never mind, you all stay and listen. The three women quickly thanked him. Their gazes towards Gu and made him uneasy. Chapter 231. The world-destroying catastrophe is coming. LV Baitian sat down, then began to ask Gu about what kind of event to hold next to make it more attractive. Yilan, Xianxia, and Xianxia stood by, listening. They were also curious about how Guan strategized for LV Baitian. Guan pondered and said, the Supreme Sect has already held numerous events. Although the types are changing for the vast majority of disciples, there isn't much participation. Other sects have started to imitate us, making it hard to increase our influence no matter what kind of event we hold. LV Baitian nodded, troubled by this situation himself. Other sects were not fools. Seeing the Supreme Sect to profit, they also began to hold similar events. Especially with Xianxia's sect joining, cultivators across the land flocked to them, significantly reducing the Supreme Sect's appeal. To this day, Xianxia's sect remained the top sect in the immortal cultivation world of the three dynasties. Xianxia also fell into deep thought. Although the Great Yu dynasty was no more, the Daotian sect remained. Now, having established close ties with the Supreme Sect, the better the Supreme Sect's development, the more it benefited Daotian's sect. Guan continued, actually, we're in the best position. We have 2 Mahayana realm cultivators and the mysterious Sword Venerable Fudao. On this point, Xianxia's sect cannot compete. If you want to surpass Xianxia's sect, why not hold a Tianbang tournament? No age limit, no cultivation realm limit, combat to determine the top 100 ranks. As long as we announce it, the world's cultivators will be shaken. Sects that don't dare participate will only be ridiculed. If Xianxia's sect doesn't dare to participate, they will be deemed weaker than our Supreme Sect in the eyes of the world's cultivators. If they participate, then let it be a normal competition to see if their Taoist lord can defeat Senior Xian and Senior Qiao. LV Baitian's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but he still hesitated, saying, Mahayana realm combat. If it gets intense, how do we control it? Guan thought for a moment and said, how about holding it in the outer sect? We can use Sword Venerable to deter them. LV Baitian frowned, still hesitant. The Supreme Sect's high-level members also had reservations about Sword Venerable. They didn't know what Sword Venerable's intentions were or his origins. Previously, they fantasized that Sword Venerable was an ascetic trained by the Supreme Sect, hiding his cultivation level, unknown to anyone. But as immortals continued to appear in their vision, they realized that the Supreme Sect's soil couldn't nurture such an existence. Sword Venerable was simply too powerful, forcing them to recognize reality. If the sect leader fears angering Sword Venerable, we can allocate part of the Tianbang tournament's proceeds to the Heavenly Repair Platform as a tribute to Sword Venerable, showing our sincerity, Guin suggested. LV Baitian hesitated and asked, "Is that all right?" Guin continued, "You can inquire in front of the Heaven-Cutting Axe. Sword Venerable is an immortal. He will surely hear you. As long as you explain the stakes clearly, he should tacitly allow it. After the Tianbang tournament is held, as long as the Supreme Sect cultivators retain the top position, other sects won't be able to host their own Tianbang tournaments, since only the top sect in the world has the qualification to host it. If the Sangtian sect cannot secure the top position, their morale will also suffer. Like the previous Golden List tournament, the Tianbang must be recorded. It's best to distribute it to the world's cultivators without charging Spirit Stone fees to spread its influence first. The second Tianbang tournament can then collect Spirit Stone fees for profit. As long as the Supreme Sect made this announcement, the matter would be settled. Throughout history, no sect dared to do it despite thinking of it. Gathering the world's top cultivators within their sect to compete for supremacy could easily spiral out of control, possibly leading to total destruction. The Supreme Sect was different, as they had the balance-breaking existence of Sword Venerable Fudao. Shenzhen couldn't help but say, "This plan is indeed devious. No sect in the world can refuse. Even if they know they can't secure the top position, they have to participate." The more LV Baitian thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. As long as the Supreme Sect secure the top spot, they could still attract great cultivators in the future. What if cultivators from the Holy Land or overseas participate? What do we do then? LV Baitian hesitantly asked. Guin smiled and said, "Wouldn't that further prove the Supreme Sect's influence? Even cultivators from the Holy Land couldn't resist participating. As long as our people's ranks are the highest within the three-dynasty immortal cultivation world, that'll be sufficient." LV Baitian found it reasonable and began to discuss the specific details with Guin. Mere slogans wouldn't suffice. There had to be tangible benefits to attract more cultivators to participate. Yilan watched Guin and LV Baitian discuss matters involving the world's great trends. She felt sentimental. As expected, her senior brother was destined not to be an ordinary person. Xianxia, on the other hand, didn't think much. She was already fantasizing about the Tianbang tournament. Who wouldn't want to be the world's number one? Though she had no qualification to compete, she still wanted to know who was the number one in the immortal cultivation world. An ancient hour later, LV Baitian hurriedly left, not even celebrating the new year. Guin took the three women downstairs to enjoy the New Year's atmosphere with the disciples. The disciples in the Medicine Valley even set up a market, making it very lively. As dusk approached, Lu Lingjun returned. The gap in cultivation between her and Yilan and the other two women was vast, so there was no conflict. Distracted, she paid no attention to their relationship with Guingu and first went back to Mystic Valley, drank with the disciples, and returned to the third Medicine Valley to continue celebrating with the others. The next morning, guests left, and the disciples resumed their busy routines. Lu Lingjun also left Medicine Valley, flying towards the main city of the sect. One night, several days later, Guin saw LV Baitian leading several dozen members of the Hall of Elders to the Heaven-Cutting Axe. They set up a formation to prevent other disciples and cultivators on the platform from hearing them. After explaining the Tianbang tournament, the Heaven-Cutting Axe remained silent, and they took this as Sword Venerable Fudao's tacit approval. Guin had already begun to look forward to the benefits the Tianbang tournament could bring. He could buy many high-rank medicinal herbs. The second morning, Guzong brought a large group of cultivators to find Lu Lingjun. These cultivators had a minimum cultivation level of Void Crossing Realm, numbering over 100. Lu Lingjun immediately took this group of disciples southward. Guzong exchanged pleasantries with Gu and before leaving. Guin didn't ask what Lu Lingjun was up to. There's no need to guess. it's obvious it was about overseas ascenders. 1 month later, the Supreme Sect announced the Tianbang tournament, and notices about the tournament quickly covered every city in the immortal cultivation world. At the same time, LV Batian sent out invitations to various sects, acting first and reporting later. The world was shaken. The higher-ups of the various sects cursed the Supreme Sect's shamelessness, but the lower and middle-level cultivators were exhilarated. Many were curious, aside from Sword Venerable Fu Dao, who was truly the world's #1. Sword Venerable, being too powerful, was considered an outsider by the cultivators of the 3 dynasties. The local world's #1 had never been definitively determined. When Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint into the outer city, the disciples passing by discussed this matter excitedly. Yang Jian, who was following beside the Blood Prison Great Saint, also felt his blood boiling. He wondered if he would ever have a chance to be on the Tianbang in this lifetime. Throughout the journey, Yang Jian saw Guan greeting people frequently. He knew many, including cultivators with their subordinates, which made Yang Jian admire Guan even more. This morning, Guan had Xiaochuan send word to Yang Jian, saying he would take him to the outer gate city, thrilling him. It meant Guan was truly accepting him. Not just him. Other servant disciples also thought so, which led to many imitating him, gathering around the white spirit rat, leaving an Xian helpless. Yang Jian, are you willing to truly become my disciple? Guan suddenly asked, making the daydreaming Yang Jian freeze. He asked reflexively what? Guan glanced at him, giving him a fright that drenched him in cold sweat. Fool, the master is asking if you are willing to truly become his disciple, the Blood Prison Great Saint said mockingly. It was his way of caring for Yang Jian. Yang Jian had served him for 5 years, so he naturally had a liking for him and wanted to help him. Others might not know Gu An's true cultivation level, but the Blood Prison Great Saint knew very well. The strongest person in the Supreme Sect was Guan. He even suspected that the mysterious Sword Venerable Fu Dao was Guan. I am willing. I am willing. Master, please accept my bow. Yang Jian was overjoyed and knelt in the street. The passing disciples all looked at him with strange expressions. Guan didn't feel embarrassed, accepting his bow. After he kowtowed 3 times, he let him up. The Blood Prison Great Saint continued forward, and Yang Jian followed closely, trembling with excitement. He had been in the 3rd Medicine Valley for 5 years. In his mind, Guan was highly esteemed. Although Guan seemed to only be at the core formation realm, there were actually Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators hidden in the valley, leading him to imagine many things. The Blood Prison Great Saint glanced at the trembling Yang Jian, feeling a bit sour. Why? This kid seemed unremarkable and extremely ordinary. This kind of person could be Gu An's disciple, while he, an invincible ascender in the mortal world, could only be a mount. The Blood Prison Great Saint felt conflicting emotions. If he hadn't been so reckless when he first ascended, hadn't hunted down Li and Zhang Buku, he wouldn't have ended up like this. But then he thought, if not for those incidents, even after 1,000 years of cultivation, he might not have encountered a great cultivator like Guan. Even if he did, he would probably be killed. He considered it a blessing in disguise. He can have many disciples, but if I am his only mount, it would be different, the Blood Prison Great Saint thought, getting excited again. As the saying goes, beating a dog depends on the owner's face. Spit. Disciples eventually graduate, but a mount is a lifelong bond. Even if Guan freed him 1,000 years later, he would pledge loyalty, saying he would always be Gu An's mount. He wanted Gu and to be his backing in the great heavenly spirit land. The more the Blood Prison Great Saint thought about it, the more excited he became. His ox body began to tremble. Guan looked down at him and then at Yang Jian. He suddenly worried that Yang Jian might be led astray by the Blood Prison Great Saint, as his mind didn't seem stable. Just then, a shabbily dressed old man stopped the Blood Prison Great Saint. He looked at Guan, his eyes wide, rambling, "The mortal disaster is coming. The ocean will engulf everything. The apocalypse is nearing. The blood prison great saint stopped, eyeing him suspiciously. Yang Jian also glanced at him, drawn by his words. The old man finished speaking, turned, and stopped other passing cultivators, saying the same things. Chapter 232. First Heaven's Pride. Watching the old man crazily preach about the apocalypse, the cultivators passing by on the street couldn't help but discuss, most of them not taking it seriously, just curious about where this old man came from to dare be so presumptuous at the supreme sect. Guan remained half skeptical. The ocean would swallow everything? He had heard such legends before. On the ocean, these kinds of legends were not uncommon. Moreover, in recent years, a large rift had mysteriously appeared on the ocean, making it hard for him not to believe. I'm only 127 years old. Why so much hardship? Guan thought helplessly, but the previous demon calamity was not a disaster for the mortal world, just a scheme by the immortal cultivation forces, and such things were by no means rare in this world. This time, he hoped the ocean calamity wasn't targeting him or the Three Dynasties' lands. If that's the case, he would have to think more, wondering if the heavenly Tao was scheming against him. Indeed, he shouldn't get too involved in the mortal world. Could his way of crazily growing stronger without crossing tribulations be seen as an anomaly by the heavenly Tao? To eliminate an anomaly without knowing where it is, it simply launches an apocalypse. For all beings, a calamity is a catastrophe, but for heaven and earth itself, it's just a major cleansing. Lost in thought, Guan soon saw that old man being seized by a disciple of the law enforcement hall, still shouting as he was taken away. The ocean will swallow everything. This small episode didn't stay in many people's minds. Compared to such crazy talk, the disciples were more concerned about the heavenly rankings tournament. The title of #1 in the world stirred the hearts of countless cultivators. Guan wasn't too worried either. This old man didn't have an extraordinary limit to his lifespan, nor did he hide his realm. He was merely a foundation establishment realm cultivation level. He brought Yang Jian to the elixir hall, instructing him to observe carefully and listen, as he might help him with tasks in the future. This made Yang Jian both excited and nervous, worried about making mistakes and disappointing Guan. It wasn't until evening that they finally returned to the Medicine Valley. Spring passed, and summer came, and Guan crossed the threshold of 128 years old. The Heavenly Rankings tournament had already spread throughout the world, but the exact start time was not yet determined. With the operation of the Supreme Sect, over 90% of the cultivators in the lands of the Three Dynasties knew about it. Who is #1 in the world became a hot topic for cultivators during their leisure time. On this day, Guan came to the Immortal Seeking Island. As soon as he arrived, he heard someone discussing the millennial Great Sea Tide. Legend has it that once every millennia, the ocean will rise and flood land masses, lasting for hundreds of years before it subsides. Not every great sea tide is the same. In severe cases, it could flood the entire mortal world, a phenomenon that happens once in a million years. Today's cultivators couldn't calculate how far it had been since the last apocalypse-level sea tide, but precisely because they couldn't calculate it, they were in a state of panic. Everywhere on the ocean, people were proclaiming that the apocalypse-level sea tide was imminent. These people came from different sects, claiming to have sensed the world's omens and saw the apocalyptic visions in their dreams while cultivating. Weaker cultivators might even undergo deviation and become insane. Some even linked it to the oceanic rift that appeared before, suggesting it might be a sign of the apocalypse-level sea tide. When Guan found Hu Xiaojian also brought up the matter, his face full of worry. The world is truly in chaos now. First, there was the conflict between the seven-star spirit realm and the Star Sea congregations, battles occurring everywhere. Now, there's an imminent apocalypse-level sea tide. We truly live in the worst of times, Hu Xiaojian sighed. Guan comforted, nothing is certain yet, don't overthink. Though the news was spreading widely, the sea level hadn't risen, at least not affecting the mainland of the Three Dynasties' lands. According to legend, before an apocalypse-level sea tide erupts, there would be a build-up period of hundreds of years that all living beings in the mortal world can sense. It's said that during this period, the spiritual energy of the sea would burst forth, enriching the entire world's spiritual energy, accelerating the cultivation speed of all beings, as if a small mercy from heaven and earth. If one could leave this world during this period, they could escape the calamity. But that's only applicable to high-level cultivators. To achieve heaven and earth flying immortal within those few hundred years, one would at least need to be at the wandering immortal realm. Guan and Xiaojian wandered the streets, chatting as they walked. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, a woman in yellow attire, her demeanor dignified with an extraordinary aura, and her appearance also top-notch. Her cultivation level reached the mystic heart realm. "May I ask if you're Senior Menglang? My lord wishes to invite you as a guest." "My lord is Sage Tang Hai," the woman in yellow said respectfully. Using a mystic heart realm female cultivator as a maid? Such a grand gesture. As Guan was thinking, Hu Xiaojian quietly introduced, Sage Tang Hai is an honorary elder of the Sea Protection Mansion on Immortal Seeking Island, known for his righteous actions and good reputation. The implication was that he could be trusted. Guan glanced at Hu Xiaojian before looking at the woman in yellow and said, "Lead the way." He cast a lifespan detection on the woman in yellow. With a lifespan limit just over 2,000, she would be considered a girl of heavenly pride on the mainland, only to be a maid on Immortal Seeking Island. The woman in yellow gracefully bowed and then turned to lead the way. Half an hour later, they entered a mansion. Hu Xiaojian chose not to go inside, waiting at the gate instead. Tanghai Mansion was large, with many servants whose lowest cultivation level was at the nascent soul realm. Led by the woman in yellow, Guan arrived at a courtyard where he saw a man in blue attire sitting at a table, sipping tea, with a scholarly and elegant air. Sage Tang Hai, loose immortal realm 5th layer 8908/27000/27500. The woman in yellow stopped her steps, bowed to Sage Tang Hai, and then left. Sage Tang Hai looked at Guan and stood up to clasp his fists in salute. "Daoist friend, I apologize if my invitation disturbs you." Guan approached the table, raising his hand in return salute. "No worries. I have nothing much to do anyway." Then, both of them sat down and began to chat. After some casual conversation, Sage Tang Hai finally said, "Daoist friend, the number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures you've purchased over the years is staggering, and many people are inquiring about you. But rest assured, no one dares to cause trouble on Immortal Seeking Island. I've also helped you block some of them." Guan didn't understand his meaning and could only follow along, thanking him. The strongest on Immortal Seeking Island had only the cultivation level of Wandering Immortal Realm. Guan didn't really regard anyone there seriously. Recently, the news of the apocalypse-level sea tide has been rampant. Whether it's true or not, the world is in turmoil. If we cultivators can band together for warmth, that would be the best. 10 years from now, I plan to hold a private auction here, even offering an Immortal Path Spirit Tree. If Daoist friend is interested, you can attend it. The actual trading price will count 70% of the final transaction price. Consider it my gift to Daoist friend as a meeting token, Sage Tang Hai said, stroking his beard with a smile that gave a comforting feeling like a spring breeze. Gua heard this and smiled, thanking him again. An Immortal Path Spirit Tree? He was indeed very interested. The highest grade spirit tree he had was only of the 9th rank. He couldn't imagine what wonders an Immortal Path Spirit Tree would hold. Seeing Guan agree, Sage Tang Hai became more enthusiastic. The two chatted for a long time, with Sage Tang Hai revealing his desire to form a small circle of loose immortals, to explore and venture into the ancient Immortal Path secret realm together. After a full hour, Guan finally left Tang Hai Mansion. Hu Xiaojian followed without saying a word. The first wisp of autumn breeze blew into the 3rd Medicine Valley. Yang Jian stood in front of the wooden railing, staring blankly at the pavilion where Guan lived. It had been a while since he apprenticed under Guin, yet nothing in his life had changed. Guin hadn't taught him any cultivation techniques or spells, causing him some agony. He was already 21 years old, and his cultivation remained at the third layer of the energy cultivation realm, making him very anxious. He heard that the number one genius of the Supreme Sect, and Hao, had already reached the Foundation establishment realm at his age. Time passed as he daydreamed. As dusk fell, Xianxia washed a batch of fruits and carried them on a large wooden tray to the blood prison great saint's side. Just as he was about to leave, a voice came from the pavilion. "Jinner, wait for me downstairs after nightfall." Upon hearing this, Xianxia became excited, quickly bowing to the pavilion. He didn't shout loudly, fearing other disciples might hear. An hour later, wearing clean clothes, Xianxia stood in front of the stairs, his eyes occasionally glancing towards the window upstairs. Blood Prison Great Saint found it amusing, teasing him now and then, making him blush, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, the door upstairs opened, and Xianxia immediately stood straight. Gu then descended the stairs and headed towards the transmission array platform. Xianxia quickly followed, and Blood Prison Great Saint also trailed behind. The two of them, along with the ox, used the teleportation array to reach the Mystic Valley and then headed towards the deserted mountains and forests. Seeing Guin riding on the ox's back, Xianxia felt very nervous. He wanted to ask his master when he would teach him cultivation techniques, but was afraid of being rude. They walked through the night. By dawn, Xianxia was in a daze. Guin made Blood Prison Great Saint stop. Beside them was a large river, the water so clear that they could see small fish and crabs. Guin looked at the rising sun and asked, "Jinner, do you wish for superior cultivation techniques?" Xianxia awkwardly scratched his head and said, "If such exists, I naturally want it." Guin didn't dislike his utilitarian nature. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "What are you willing to sacrifice for immortal cultivation?" He planned to nurture Xianxia well and keep him close, a treatment even in Hao didn't receive. Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said, "I have nothing, but I desire only immortal cultivation, even if it costs my life." Guin said calmly, "Your root and bones are special, making energy absorption difficult. You should feel it too." Upon hearing this, Xianxia's face instantly darkened. His aptitude was not merely humble. Even in the Third Medicine Valley, it was considered low tier. After many years in the valley, he hadn't even broken through a single minor stage, which made him yearn even more for higher-level cultivation techniques. "I can transform you into a genius, but you must endure unimaginable pain, perhaps even facing physical destruction. Are you willing?" Guin fixed his gaze on Xianxia, his tone indifferent. Facing his master's gaze, Xianxia felt inexplicably flustered. "Master, are you scaring your disciple?" Xianxia asked cautiously. Physical destruction sounded terrifying. Guin said, "Changing one's fate against the heavens isn't easy. If you fear, I won't force you. I will still teach you appropriate cultivation techniques and spells, but your path will progress slowly." Xianxia asked, "Master, has any other senior brother or sister succeeded?" Guin shook his head and said, "I've truly taken only 2 disciples. The others are just given elixirs, and your senior brother is already a world-renowned genius." "World-renowned?" Xianxia opened his mouth, filled with confusion. Isn't the master at the core formation realm? How does he have such a powerful disciple? World-renowned? Could he compare to the legendary first genius of the Supreme Sect, and how? Chapter 233. What realm is above the heaven and earth flying immortal Guin saw through Xianxia's thoughts, but didn't explain and instead waited for his choice. Xianxia's bones were special and required vast amounts of spiritual energy for body tempering. This process was bound to be painful, so Guin let him choose. No matter how strong the aptitude, without a firm will, the road ahead would be difficult. The Blood Prison Great Saint looked at Xianxia mockingly. wanting to see how the boy would choose. Yang Jian clenched his teeth and said, Yang Jian from Investiture of the Gods was able to split a mountain to save his mother and fight against the heavens. Since I've renamed myself Yang Jian, I can't disgrace his name. Even if it means my body is shattered to pieces, I will have no regrets. Master, please help me defy destiny. With that, he knelt down suddenly. Gu's lips curved upwards, and Yang Jian felt a terrifying force envelop him, sending chills down his spine. Before he could think further, he felt the world suddenly shift, causing his internal organs to quiver. The next second, the world returned to normal, and he felt his feet touch the ground. The intense sense of weightlessness made him almost want to vomit. He supported himself on the ground and instinctively looked up to see his master still sitting on the Bull Demon King's back. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. He opened his mouth and asked, Master, just now. Before he could finish his sentence, a sea breeze blew, instantly clearing his mind. He stood up and turned around, dumbfounded by what he saw. What did he see? The sea. How is that possible? Yang Jian looked toward the vast ocean in front of him, utterly stunned. Though he had never seen the ocean, he had heard old stories saying it was larger than a lake, boundless like another world. The blood prison great saint had felt the limitless freedom step before, but each time it left him astonished. This divine skill was truly unbelievable. Without any warning, it was so fast that even he, a Mahayana realm cultivator, couldn't react. Guan dismounted from the bull and walked towards the island's interior, saying, Follow me. Yang Jian snapped out of his stupor and quickly followed Guan. The blood prison great saint also followed, curious about how Guan planned to help Yang Jian defy destiny. Could such a mediocre talent truly transform into a favored son of heaven? He was filled with doubt. Yang Jian's feelings were complex, a mix of excitement and trepidation. Just from that earlier display, he could tell that his master was definitely not a core formation realm cultivator. In other words, his master's words were true. He could defy destiny, but he would have to face bone-crushing pain. The mere thought of it made his legs tremble. Guan noticed Yang Jian's state, but didn't offer any comfort because Yang Jian would have to face it eventually. After walking into the forest, Yang Jian's attention was diverted. He found the spiritual energy here incredibly abundant, and the creatures on the island seemed unusual. He saw a blue-furred rabbit as fast as lightning. There were also snakes resembling white jade, spiders like gemstones, and long creatures hovering in midair like sea dragons. All these new sights stimulated his senses. After walking for an hour, Guan finally stopped at a lakeside deep within the forest. He stood by the lake, took out a great cauldron, and started a fire. Yang Jian watched as Guan pointed with his right hand, shooting out a blue flame, feeling an even deeper sense of awe. Master, what realm are you in? Yang Jian braved himself to ask. Guan casually replied, Loose Immortal Realm. What is a loose immortal? Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divinity transformation, void crossing, unification, mystic heart, Mahayana. These are the 9 ranks of the mortal realm. Beyond that is the immortal path realm. Nirvana is the first step on the immortal path, and loose immortal is the second step. Guan explained, and Yang Jian gasped in shock. The blood prison great saint also learned about the immortal path realm for the first time. Was his master really only 2 major realms above him? The blood prison great saint suspected Gu and was hiding something. Fortunately, Yang Jian, the innocent one, asked the question he wanted to ask. What realm is above loose immortal? That is something you will have to seek out yourself in the future. Guan answered. While he intended to reveal part of his strength, he couldn't fully expose himself. There always had to be some reserve. He had recently been contemplating breaking through to a higher realm. In case a world-destroying sea tide erupted, he feared the heaven and earth flying immortal technique wouldn't suffice. He wasn't too worried, though. If the mortal world were ever submerged, he could escape to outer heaven or open a grotto heaven under the sea, bringing those close to him into a minor heaven and earth of his own creation. Yang Jian continued to inquire about the differences between the various realms, and Guan patiently answered, gradually emboldening Yang Jian. He suddenly felt that his master wasn't as terrifying as he had initially thought, and was actually quite gentle. In reality, Guan treated all his disciples gently, including him, but his desire to depend on Guan brought inevitable pressure. After Guan had finished preparing the medicinal herbs, he instructed Yang Jian to enter the medicine cauldron. Yang Jian asked if he needed to undress, and Guan replied that it wasn't necessary. Ordinary robes couldn't block spiritual energy. Yang Jian sat inside the medicine cauldron, extremely nervous, clutching the corners of his robe tightly, with cold sweat the size of beans dripping from his forehead. The blood prison great saint stood up, placing his hose on the edge of the medicine cauldron, and said, "Boy, the path of immortal cultivation is arduous. Many times you just need to think about holding a little longer, just a little longer, and the pain you're enduring will soon pass." Yang Jian took a deep breath, looked at the blood prison great saint, and asked, "Senior Niu, may I ask what realm you are in?" Since his master was a loose immortal, the bull demon king, as his master's mount, must be incredibly strong. Otherwise, why would his master only bring him along? The blood prison great saint looked at Guan, saw him nod, then turned back, smiling proudly, and said, "I am at the Mahayana realm's 8th floor, and not just a bull demon. I am the blood prison great saint who ascended from the lower realm." He recounted his glorious history endlessly, leaving Yang Jian with his mouth agape. The Mahayana realm's 8th floor. He knew that the supreme sect had only 2 Mahayana realm cultivators in name. Who would have thought that the bull raised by his master was at the Mahayana realm? Yang Jian was dazzled by the immense joy, feeling as if he were dreaming. Guan instructed the blood prison great saint to step aside, and the blood prison great saint had no choice but to shut up and move away, showing none of the bearing of a Mahayana realm cultivator. Guan took out an elixir and handed it to Yang Jian, saying, "After consuming this, follow the mental method I described and cultivate your energy. I will guide you in your training. No matter how much it hurts, you must follow my guidance to absorb energy. Otherwise, you will perish, and not even an immortal Daluo can save you." Yang Jian was about to ask what an immortal Daluo was when he saw Guan turn away. He could only toss the elixir into his mouth. The moment it entered, it dissolved, and Yang Jian felt his throat burning, his body suddenly heating up. At this moment, Gu An's voice reached his ears using the sound transmission skill, along with a domineering force entering his body, guiding him to absorb nature's spiritual energy. Guan was teaching the all things form and energy art. The all things form and energy art originated and continually elevated from the energy nurturing skill. It was fundamentally a body tempering technique. Although Guan rarely engaged in close combat, his physique was robust. Furthermore, the all things form and energy art could conceal one's aura, making it perfect for Yang Jian to hide his strength in the future. Guan wasn't worried about Yang Jian revealing the technique, as he himself would inevitably upgrade it further. Yang Jian began absorbing energy, following the power within him, while keeping his master's mental method in mind. As time passed, the medicinal soup in the cauldron started to boil. Yang Jian's skin turned hot red, but the pain in his skin was insignificant compared to the agony of tearing in his bones and muscles. Pain beyond imagination. The sensation of thousands of insects gnawing at bones, tearing muscles, couldn't begin to describe this agony. His master's voice constantly echoed in his ears, making him feel less afraid. With his master present, he felt inexplicably reassured. Just like the blood prison great saint had said, hold on a little longer, and soon it would be over. The pain intensified, and gradually, he began gritting his teeth. His hair fluttered, veins bulged on his face, and his body was drenched, making it hard to distinguish between sweat and medicinal fluid. Crunch, his body suddenly made a hair-raising sound, as if bones were grinding against each other. Even a blood prison great saint couldn't help but shiver. Can he really defy destiny? The blood prison great saint thought in shock. To him, Guan remained the omnipotent immortal. He turned his head, seeing Guan standing by the lake with his back to the medicine cauldron, his calm demeanor earning even more admiration. For Guan, defying destiny seemed like it wasn't a difficult task. Little did the blood prison great saint know, Guan wasn't truly defying destiny, but merely helping Yang Jian restore his true physique. At this moment, Guan was multitasking, guiding Yang Jian's cultivation while using his divine sense to scan the ocean. He was searching for a suitable place for his next breakthrough. I wonder what realm lies beyond heaven and earth, flying immortal, Guan thought expectantly. With over 16 million years of lifespan, he felt he should be able to break through. However, he hesitated over whether to enhance his cultivation techniques and divine skills, as elevating them required investing tens of thousands or even more lifespan years. He feared he might not have enough lifespan left to break through afterward. Yang Jian suddenly let out a shrill scream, making the blood prison great saint's heart tighten. This seemed more painful than when he had absorbed the true blood of the divine beast. Guan didn't turn back, seemingly unconcerned about Yang Jian. The elixir he had given Yang Jian was extraordinary, worth 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. 100 million low-grade spirit stones. It was known that outer sect servant disciples only received 1 low-grade spirit stone per month as stipend. The treatment in Mystic Valley and the Third Medicine Valley was better, but not by much. With this elixir, Yang Jian might even make a direct breakthrough, depending on how much of the medicinal power his physique could absorb. Time passed by second. After a while of screaming, Yang Jian's voice suddenly stopped. The blood prison great saint widened his eyes in shock. Yang Jian slowly rose from the cauldron, still in a meditative posture. His black hair fluttered, skin glowing red. Strangely, he emitted a menacing aura, frightening the blood prison great saint. This feeling was like encountering a nemesis. Rumble! A thundercloud had quietly formed in the sky, brewing a mighty force. What kind of life grid is being altered? This is too overwhelming. The blood prison great saint thought in astonishment. Even with his divine beast blood-enhanced physique, he was intimidated by Yang Jian's presence, indicating how terrifying Yang Jian's physique had become. He turned to look at Guan, who remained unfazed. Seaman. Chapter 234. Only I can decide my disciples' life and death. Rumble. The sound of thunder continued to roar, causing the ocean around the island to rise and fall, with howling winds signaling the approach of a storm. Guan had his back to Yang Jian, his divine sense enveloping the sea area spanning thousands of miles, constantly on guard against any approach by a great cultivator. He wasn't worried about the celestial tribulation Yang Jian was causing, as such tribulations were insignificant over the ocean. Yang Jian's cultivation level was formidable enough that, though terrifying, it was only a threat to cultivators of lower realms. Yang Jian still had his eyes closed, meditating in midair. His robe fluttered wildly as the nature's spiritual energy surged into his mouth and nose. Simultaneously, his pores expelled searing qi, enveloping him and making him appear extremely imposing. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, enduring unimaginable pain. His entire focus was on his inner being, completely unaware of the outside world, or even that he had floated up into the air. The thunder roared like a heavenly god, oppressively overwhelming. The blood prison great saint lay prone on the ground, his mindset now adjusted and filled with anticipation. He was eager to see what kind of defying fate Yang Jian would create. Bang! A sudden bolt of lightning struck down, hitting Yang Jian. In an instant, his robe was reduced to ashes, and his body turned charred. As the lightning subsided, blood began to seep from his skin, making him look ghastly. Within 3 breaths, he was transformed into a bloodied figure. Guan turned to look at Xianxia, his gaze remaining calm. The blood prison great saint also remained composed, sensing that Xianxia's life was not in immediate danger. One bolt of heavenly lightning after another struck down. Guan sharply noticed that these heavenly lightnings contained 5 elements spiritual energy. Could it be that Xianxia's physique could directly absorb the 5 elements spiritual energy? No wonder such immense spiritual energy was needed to break through the constraints deep within his bone marrow. Too monstrous, thus unaccepted by the heavenly Tao. Guan's expectations for Xianxia grew. He wanted to see what kind of transformation Xianxia would undergo. Xianxia continued to endure the lightning strikes, his skin and flesh splitting open, blood splattering. Yet his aura didn't weaken. Instead, it brewed an even stronger force. After around 30 minutes, Xianxia's body was devoid of hair. His skin was completely charred, with white bones faintly visible at the joints. The might of the heavenly lightning reached a new height, causing the blood prison great saint to grow tense, fearing that Xianxia might suddenly die. At this moment, Guan felt an aura rapidly approaching. It was a Nirvana realm cultivator, not too strong. As long as a loose immortal or higher did not appear, Guan wouldn't need to forcibly take Xianxia away. Soon, a figure flew into the island, traversed the forest, and quickly landed by the lake. Without looking at Guan or the blood prison great saint, his gaze fixed on Xianxia, filled with astonishment. Immortal seeking Taoist, Nirvana Realm 9 layers, 20489/25000/300000. Immortal seeking Taoist? This name seemed familiar. Guan suddenly remembered that Wuxia mentioned being taught the Taoist expansion skill by a divine monk who called himself Immortal Seeking Taoist. He didn't expect this person to be in Nirvana realm existence. In other words, during his weaker days, there was a Nirvana realm great cultivator in the Tri-3 halls. If he had recklessly seized life spans and grown rapidly, he could have very likely perished at the hands of a Nirvana realm great cultivator. This made him feel fortunate for having kept a low profile. Though named a Taoist, Immortal Seeking Taoist looked more like a monk, clad in a dark yellow monk robe and cassock, with a youthful and handsome face. Guan remained silent, but the blood prison great saint wasn't pleased. He grumbled, "Hey, smelly monk, who let you in? You come in without a greeting?" Since deciding to be Guan's exclusive mount, his mindset had shifted. The monk could disrespect him, but he must respect his master. Immortal Seeking Taoist glanced at the blood prison great saint, smiled, then looked at Guan, cupping his fists in salute. "This humble Taoist is Immortal Seeking Taoist. May I know the honored name of Taoist friend? And what is your relationship with this person?" Guan calmly replied, "My name is Meng Lang. He is my disciple." Immortal Seeking Taoist noted that Guan's aura only indicated a core formation realm cultivation level, but he didn't believe it, growing even more curious. Being unable to discern the other's true cultivation meant the other was likely far superior to him. He smiled, "Taoist friend Meng, your disciple is extraordinary. His heavenly destiny exceeds the current world's limits. It should have been buried, but you discovered it. This world will change because of him." Guan asked, "Oh, did I make a mistake?" "Not at all. The affairs of heaven and earth are about change. The old gives way to the new, and everything changes daily. There's no right or wrong." Immortal Seeking Taoist smiled, his gaze then returning to Xianxia, filled with wonder. Guan inquired, "Taoist friend, do you know what his physique is?" Immortal Seeking Taoist pondered. This humble Taoist finds it hard to judge. He has the mysteries of the ancient 5 elements treasure body and the fierce chi and blood of the primeval tyrant body. 5 elements treasure body? Guan had once possessed the 5 elements treasure body, but had ascended to an innate Taoist body, transforming further into his current mystic holy body. Are the five elements treasure body and primeval tyrant body powerful? The blood prison great saint asked, making Guin quite satisfied with him. Good, he has potential. If Guin asked this himself, it would have lessened his status. Immortal-seeking Taoist smiled at the blood prison great saint, saying, naturally, in ancient times, talent wasn't solely determined by spirit root attribute and qualification. Physique also played a major role. Those with treasure bodies, regardless of spirit root qualification, ultimately became legendary rulers of the immortal path. He began to recount the ancient treasure bodies he knew about. The exquisite treasure body, a physique of great comprehension, impervious to evil influences. The flame primordial treasure body, a body like blazing sun, which could transform into a glorious sun at its peak. The defying blood treasure body, where near-death situations trigger immense potential, possibly leading to permanent power increases. And so on. Immortal-seeking Taoist described 8 types of treasure bodies, astonishing both Guin and the blood prison great saint. From his tales, ancient immortal paths seemed stronger than today's, with various treasure bodies thriving, myriad races standing tall, and even reincarnation existing, allowing the mighty to seek immortal opportunities through rebirth. Taoist friend, I hope today's events remain between us, Guin said. Immortal-seeking Taoist had shown no hostility and shared much ancient lore, which spoke well of him, though not necessarily proving him absolutely good, but certainly not bad at the moment. Immortal-seeking Taoist nodded. Rest assured, this humble Taoist doesn't wish to see such a promising figure fall either. Bang! Suddenly, Xianxia erupted with a terrifying force, shaking the forest and causing ripples in the nearby lake. The thunderclouds emitted a red glow. A terrifying red lightning bolt struck Xianxia, making him scream in agony. Mystic dark heavenly tribulation. Immortal-seeking Taoist frowned, stating each word slowly. Mystic dark heavenly tribulation? Guin remembered this name. It was the tribulation he faced when breaking through to the void-crossing realm in his cultivating visions. This tribulation is odd, beyond what his cultivation should attract. It's a certain death tribulation. The blood prison great saint shouted in horror. This tribulation surpassed even his unification realm tribulation in intensity. He sensed the mystic dark heavenly tribulation still brewing, with the true horror yet to come. Immortal-seeking Taoist took a deep breath and said, indeed, a certain death tribulation. It seems the heavens will not tolerate him. Guin thought of an Hao, who also had a 9,999-year lifespan, yet faced less intense tribulations. Could it mean that even within the same 9,999-year limit, talent varied? This number marked a human limit, but talent had no bounds. Immortal-seeking Taoist said to Guin, the mystic dark heavenly tribulation is a tribulation of karma, not to be forcibly dispersed. Intervening would stain you with karma, leading to facing the same, or even stronger, tribulation yourself during a breakthrough. His face expressed deep regret. What a pity for such a promising seedling. Guin looked at Xianxia and remained silent. Karma from the heavenly tribulation? Sorry, he didn't undergo tribulations, and he had faced this kind of tribulation in his cultivating visions, enduring it without assistance. He had made it through. Another bolt of lightning fell, this time even more terrifying. Guin's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly waved his sleeve. His long sleeve swept, directly dispersing the thunderclouds, allowing sunlight to shine down on Xianxia. The tribulation dissolved instantly. Immortal-seeking Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned his head to look at Guin, who remained indifferent, serene. The blood prison great saint turned as well, wanting to speak, but holding back. Immortal-seeking Taoist felt the dissipating aura, and his eyes grew complicated. He sighed, Taoist friend, why did you go to such lengths? Guin looked at the blood-soaked Xianxia and said, immortal cultivation is about enduring tribulations. So what if it's a different tribulation? Only I determine my disciple's life and death. How domineering. The blood prison great saint felt his blood boil. Following such a person was indeed a blessing. Immortal seeking Taoist looked at Guan, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He raised his hand in salute, showing respect. Then, they both waited for Yang Jian to awaken. They could feel Yang Jian's qi blood rapidly strengthening. With the tribulation gone, ample spiritual energy rushed towards him, causing a profound transformation in his bones and marrow. After a long time, Immortal seeking Taoist asked Guan, "May I ask where Taoist friend hails from?" "From the West." "The West? Have you heard of Immortal Seeking Island?" Guan glimpsed at Immortal Seeking Taoist, curiously inquiring. Immortal Seeking Island. Immortal Seeking Taoist. Could there be a connection? Immortal Seeking Taoist smiled. "So, Taoist friend knows Immortal Seeking Island." "To be honest, I founded the island long ago, later passing it to my disciple. The fame it enjoys now is all thanks to him, not myself." The island master of Immortal Seeking Island was a wandering immortal, while Immortal Seeking Taoist was merely a Nirvana realm cultivator. Indeed, one shouldn't judge solely by cultivation level. Background and connections also counted as strength. Guan reflected on this, and then engaged in polite conversation with Immortal Seeking Taoist. It wasn't until early the next morning that Yang Jian's transformation concluded. He leaped into the lake, washed his body, and then stepped ashore. Under the sunlight, he had grown a few inches taller, his skin fair and his muscles well-defined, exuding immense strength from merely looking at his upper body. Chapter 235 Post-Holiday Breakthrough. Looking at Yang Jian, who was now a completely different person, Guan smiled. Yang Jian had reached the 5th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm in one go. His qi blood was even stronger than that of the Foundation Establishment realm, proving that Guan's elixirs and medicinal herbs had not been wasted. Of course, Yang Jian's physique surely still held more mysteries that needed to be uncovered through future cultivation. Guan took out a blue robe and tossed it to Yang Jian, who hurriedly put it on. The Immortal Seeking Taoist quickly walked up to Yang Jian and carefully looked him over. The more he looked, the happier he became, as if staring at a rare treasure, making Yang Jian feel very uncomfortable. "Young friend, your master is exceedingly good to you. Do you know what kind of tribulation you just went through?" The Immortal Seeking Taoist said. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian couldn't help but ask what kind of heavenly tribulation it was. Then, the Immortal Seeking Taoist began to explain the mystic dark heavenly tribulation and told him that was Guan who had dispelled the tribulation, bearing great heavenly tribulation consequences as a result. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's face changed dramatically. He hurriedly bypassed the Immortal Seeking Taoist and ran to Guan, kneeling before him. "Master, your disciple is not worthy of your actions. Your disciple let you down." Yang Jian's forehead touched the ground, choking with emotion as he spoke. He felt both moved and guilty in his heart. His master had changed his fate, not only by providing precious elixirs and medicinal herbs, but also by bearing the consequences of the heavenly tribulation. The depth of this kindness was immense. From childhood to adulthood, although he had not suffered hardships and had a happy family, ever since his spirit root was detected, his world had turned dark. Guan not only brought him hope, but also fulfilled that hope. Yang Jian knew well that his master could train other disciples and was not obligated to choose him, which made the weight of this kindness even heavier. Guan looked down at him and said, "Since you have acknowledged me as your master, it is something a master should do. Get up now. I do not seek your repayment in the future, just that you avoid causing trouble and implicating your master." Yang Jian looked up and saw Guan blinking at him. He immediately understood that his master was joking with him, just like Master Puda's advice to Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. "Master, get up now. A real man doesn't cry. What kind of behavior is this?" "All right, Watching Guan and Yang Jian, the immortal-seeking Taoist felt deeply moved. He had a feeling that many years later, today's events would become a story as Yang Jian's name shook the world. He took 2 steps forward and said, "Taoist friend, our meeting is fate. I have a divine skill here that I would like to give to your disciple. Would you mind?" Guan said, "Jinner," quickly bowing gratitude to Senior. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian turned around, cupped his fists, and bowed to the immortal-seeking Taoist, thanking him for the divine skill. The immortal-seeking Taoist took out a secret book from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Jian. "Young friend, what is your name? I will keep an eye on your achievements in the future." Yang Jian took the secret book, first looking at Gu and seeing him nod. He then replied, "My name is Yang Jian." Yang Jian, the immortal-seeking Taoist, noted the name. He felt like he had seen it somewhere in a book before. Afterward, the immortal-seeking Taoist did not disturb the master and disciple any further and took his leave. Guan began to teach Yang Jian the heaven and earth primordial skill. The all things form and energy art and the heaven and earth primordial skill were Gu An's foundation techniques. Even in how only practiced a lower version, showing how much Gu and valued Yang Jian. Yang Jian had been in the valley for many years. Though he didn't have an outstanding personality, Guan liked his honesty. This boy had ambitions, but did things steadily. He clearly wanted to get close to Guan, but never looked for a chance to face Guan directly. Instead, he dutifully served the Blood Prison Great Saint and the White Spirit Rat for years, which even Guan found amusing. In Gu An's eyes, Yang Jian was like an unpolished gem, and he looked forward to seeing what kind of person Yang Jian would become under his careful training. Guan did not seek Yang Jian's repayment in the future. Teaching Yang Jian was just an embellishment to his leisurely life. He merely wanted to teach a disciple, nothing more. In the evening, at the Third Medicine Valley, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint down from the transmission array platform, with Yang Jian following beside him. "Master, where have you been? I haven't seen you for 4 days." A passing an Xian asked curiously. Her eyes turned to Yang Jian, widening as she carefully examined him. "Just went out for a walk," Guan casually replied, then dismounted and walked alone towards the pavilion. An Xian immediately approached Yang Jian, examined him closely, and asked, "Are you really Yang Jian? How have you changed so much?" Yang Jian had already mastered the sorcery of the all things form and energy art, letting him conceal his aura, but he couldn't precisely disguise his realm. He said nervously, "Master gave me an elixir to temper my muscles and bones, so my skin has become a bit whiter." "I see. It looks like Master has accepted you as a closed-door disciple." An Xian smiled. She did not harbor any jealousy, as her master was far more powerful than Guan. Although the disciples of the Medicine Valley all called Guan Master, it was merely a term of respect with no actual relationship. Yang Jian scratched his head and smiled. Though still shy, he now exuded more confidence. The two chatted for a while, and more disciples noticed Yang Jian's changes, gathering around to inquire. In just a few days, Yang Jian seemed to have transformed from a countryside boy into a clean and handsome young gentleman, which was quite a shock for the disciples who knew him. Soon, the news about Yang Jian becoming Gu An's closed-door disciple spread, and because of Yang Jian's transformation, Guan became even more mysterious in the eyes of the disciples. In the days to follow, Yang Jian continued to do chores like other servant disciples, but he spent most of his spare time on cultivation, hiding in his room for most of the day. To prevent anyone from disturbing his cultivation, Guan arranged a separate courtyard for him. Yang Jian truly felt the change in status that came with becoming Gu An's disciple, making him even more grateful to Guan. Time flew by. Another new spring festival arrived. The Immortal Cultivation world was already dominated by the Heavenly Rankings Tournament. The Supreme Sect had set the specific date for the Heavenly Rankings Tournament to be in 10 years during the Spring Festival. When Yilan and Zhenqin came to the Third Medicine Valley to visit Guan, Guan introduced Yang Jian to them and pointed out that he was his disciple. Because of this, Yilan even gifted Yang Jian a magic artifact. Xinxin was very happy, considering herself his senior sister, and told him to come to the inner sect if he ever needed anything. Little did they know, Guan introduced Yang Jian to them to provide them with a backing. Since his physique awakening, Yang Jian had cultivated for half a year, raising his cultivation level from the 5th layer to the 6th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. This speed was very fast, and it was estimated that he could form his core before the Heavenly Rankings tournament started. One should know that half a year ago, he was only a 3rd layer energy cultivation cultivator. Apart from the increase in cultivation level, Yang Jian's understanding of the all things form and energy art was very quick. It seemed he was naturally suited for body refinement. LV Batian also visited the 3rd Medicine Valley to speak with Gu and Gu and similarly introduced Yang Jian to LV Batian. In the room, LV Batian looked over Yang Jian, who was energetic, becoming more astonished as he gazed. This qi blood was extraordinary. Even though Yang Jian hid his cultivation level, his aura made anyone feel that he was not ordinary at first glance. Upon knowing that this person was the sect leader of the Supreme Sect, Yang Jian was very surprised. But compared to before, he treated others more composedly, a confidence that came from his strength. Moreover, he knew his master was a loose immortal, more powerful than anyone in the Supreme Sect. This secret was only known to him and the Blood Prison Great Saint, making him more proud. Your disciple is remarkable. It's a waste for him to be your disciple. Why not let him come with me to the inner sect for training? LV Batian said. Before Guan could answer, Yang Jian quickly responded. Thank you for your kind offer, sect leader, but I only wish to serve my master. I will never take a second master in this life. LV Batian's expression became strange. Guan chuckled and said, Naughty boy, how dare you interrupt when I'm speaking with the sect leader? LV Batian couldn't help but look at Guan. For some reason, he felt that Guan had changed. This change was hard to articulate. Auras. Yes, that was the feeling. From the moment he entered the room, he felt that Guan and Yang Jian shared a common aura, one that only the proudest of heaven possessed. Could it be that Guan had encountered a great opportunity? LV Batian pondered and then smiled. No harm done. Since he is your disciple, I wouldn't force it. Let's talk about the Heavenly Rankings tournament. Guan nodded, and the two began discussing the Heavenly Rankings tournament. Only then did Yang Jian learn that the Heavenly Rankings tournament, which had become the talk of the immortal cultivation world, was his master's idea. Although a bit surprised, he was not shocked. What is the Heavenly Rankings tournament compared to this? His master was a loose immortal, definitely the most powerful in the world. Even the mysterious sword Venerable Fudao might not be his master's opponent. Sword Venerable Fudao's battle records were widely known, but the realm of his opponents was not clearly transmitted. At least, Yang Jian didn't know. An ancient hour later, the three descended the stairs. LV Batian did not leave, but stayed at the 3rd Medicine Valley for the festival, chatting with Guan. He found it very enjoyable, as Guan always inspired him, and there was no scheming between them. They could open up their hearts and drink freely. Yang Jian was also praised by many disciples. His wine cup rarely left his hand, making this the happiest spring festival of his life. Late at night, Guan came to Ninshu Cave, bringing fine wine and delicacies. He sat with Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, and Tian by around a stone table. Eat slowly, there's plenty more, Guan said, watching the 3 demons devour the food, laughing. He still wore a mask, which exposed his mouth so he could drink. Tian Yaoer put down the roasted lamb leg in her hand, wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth, and asked curiously, Master, you seem very happy? Not bad. I accepted a disciple in the past half year. He has excellent talent and constantly gives me surprises, so I'm naturally in a good mood. Guan replied, taking the opportunity to caution the 3 demons not to be lazy. Tian Yaoer frowned and asked, Disciple, Male or female? Male, why? Nothing. Don't worry, Master. I won't disappoint you either. I'll spar with your disciples sometime in the future. Tian Yaoer said confidently. Guan smiled and agreed to the request. Although Tian Yaoer's maximum lifespan was longer than Yang Jian's, as a demon, it was not comparable. In terms of talent, Tian Yaoer could not match Yang Jian. Guan was more eager to see a spar between An Hao and Yang Jian. After the Spring Festival, he planned to find a place to break through and then visit An Hao. Chapter 236 Breakthrough to the 9 Layers of the Carefree Immortal Realm. New Year's just passed, and all things in heaven and earth began to revive. Guan walked through the air, admiring the ocean scenery along the way. Although the rumors about the world-destroying sea tide were spreading far and wide, the ocean still looked calm, without the slightest sign of disaster. He spread out his divine sense, searching for a suitable place to break through. He was already very far from the continent, and his limitless freedom step had already crossed 100 steps. With his current cultivation level, he could step across a distance dozens of times that of the continent, showing just how far this sea area was from the continent. The spiritual energy of the beings in the ocean was exceptionally dense, far exceeding that of the continent. Moreover, the cultivation levels of the oceanic demon beasts were very high. He even saw a whale at the loose immortal realm, as large as half the continent, capable of swallowing the territory of 3 dynasties in one gulp, exaggeration to the extreme. Upon arriving here, the aura of human cultivators became rare. The occasional aura felt belonged entirely to Immortal Path realm cultivators. Without a cultivation level at the Nirvana realm, one couldn't enter this sea area. Finally, Guan's gaze locked on a grand sea island. The island was teeming with life, even housing a power formed by hundreds of thousands of demons, with most of the demon soldiers training in the plains. The strongest demon had reached the 2nd layer of the loose immortal realm. The 9th layer heaven and earth flying immortal realm Gu and stealthily sneaked into the forest, meditating under a tree and activating the lifespan barrier. He did not immediately attempt to break through, but instead spread out his divine sense, observing the situation all around. Within the range of his divine sense, he felt the aura of wandering immortals. Fortunately, there were no heaven and earth flying immortals. Heaven and earth flying immortals were always few in numbers, not visible to mortal spirits. After all, they could leave this world. When Guan expanded the range of his divine sense to its maximum, he still did not see any heaven and earth flying immortals, finally putting his heart at ease. Though he couldn't see any heaven and earth flying immortals at sea, if he looked up at the sky, he could daily see the figures of heaven and earth flying immortals coming and going, like meteors streaking across the sky. Guan retracted his divine sense and pulled up the attribute panel. Name, Guan Lifespan, 128/1689074. Physique, Mystic Holy Body, Cultivation Level, Heaven and Earth Flying Immortal Realm 9th Layer. With 10 million years of lifespan invested, could I break through to a higher realm? The 8th to 9th layer of the Heaven and Earth Flying Immortal Realm cost 30,000 years of lifespan. To reach a higher realm, failing once would mean waiting for more than 30,000 years before trying again. Failing 100 times would cost at least 3 million years of lifespan, which made him shudder just thinking about it. If he could use 10 million years of lifespan to break through to a higher realm, he would consider himself lucky. So he dared not upgrade his cultivation technique or physique, deciding to brute force his way in the realm instead. Guan took a deep breath and first invested 1 million years of lifespan to test the waters. You cultivated through energy absorption for 50,000 years, using the great accomplishment of heaven and earth primordial skill to forcefully break through to the carefree primordial immortal realm. You began to cross the tribulation, but you did not survive the ultimate reincarnation, heavenly tribulation, and failed. You cultivated through energy absorption for 100,000 years, using the great accomplishment of heaven and earth primordial skill to forcefully break through to the carefree primordial immortal realm. You began to cross the tribulation, but you did not survive the ultimate reincarnation, heavenly tribulation, and failed. Crossing the tribulation every 50,000 years? A bit harsh. Guan looked at the constant failure prompts before him, feeling somewhat panicked. 1,000,000 years of lifespan resulted in just 20 failures. It would take 5,000,000 years of lifespan to fail 100 times. The more Guan thought, the more anxious he became. His heart hardened, and he directly invested 5,000,000 years of lifespan into cultivation. Fail! Fail! Guan couldn't even be bothered to look closely, just seeing that as long as the prompt didn't grow longer, it meant all failures. After all, 5,000,000 years of lifespan ultimately went down the drain, another 100 failures. This carefree, primordial, immortal realm was truly difficult to break through. No wonder he had never even heard of it in the real world. There were legends of heaven and earth flying immortals above the sea, but no tales of carefree, primordial immortals. Guan pulled up the attribute panel again, and seeing there were still 10,000,000 years of lifespan left, his heart settled a little. Another 5,000,000 years of lifespan. He didn't believe he couldn't break through. Series of prompts crazily popped up, and within the lifespan barrier, spiritual energy never surged, and the leaves above his head swayed with the wind, producing rustling sounds that made Guan feel malice. It was as if the lifespan barrier was mocking him. The second 5,000,000 years of lifespan all ended up in failures. He had already spent 11,000,000 years of lifespan, failing 220 times to cross the tribulation. If he upgraded his cultivation technique and physique first, today, would he be unable to break through? But even if he didn't break through, at least his strength would have increased like now. If he ultimately failed, he would have gained nothing. Guan couldn't accept such a failure, so he continued investing, this time putting in 500,000 years of lifespan. Constant failures appeared before him, but finally, a prompt suddenly lengthened, surprising him with joy. It worked. You cultivated through energy absorption for 350,000 years, using the great accomplishment of heaven and earth primordial skill to forcefully break through to the carefree primordial immortal realm. You began to cross the tribulation. You survived the ultimate reincarnation heavenly tribulation successfully, and your cultivation level advanced to the first layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm. You cultivated through energy absorption for 410,000 years, advancing your cultivation level to the second layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm. You cultivated through energy absorption for 470,000 years, advancing your cultivation level to the third layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm. You cultivated through energy absorption for 500,000 years. Your cultivation level increased. 60,000 years for a small realm advancement. This carefree, primordial immortal was truly fierce. Guan felt sentimental. The lifespan barrier finally began to function, and earth spirit energy surged into his body. He didn't remain idle, continuously investing lifespan into his cultivation. His cultivation's small realms could only be at the 9th layer. He wasn't used to presenting himself as an observer below the 8th layer, lacking a sense of security. Eventually, he spent another 490,000 years of lifespan to attain the 9th layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm. The 8th layer to the 9th layer shockingly cost him 150,000 years of lifespan. This breakthrough took nearly 12,000,000 years of lifespan to reach the 9th layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm, an utterly terrifying figure. Boom! The earth rumbled, and spiritual energy soared like a tide, covering the grass within the barrier. All spirit energy on the entire island and the surrounding sea area abruptly plummeted, startling all beings into panic and chaos. The influence of the lifespan barrier continued to expand. The The spiritual energy required from the ninth layer heaven and earth flying immortal realm to the ninth layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm was immense. After a few breaths, ocean demons erupted from beneath the sea. Heaven and earth were in an uproar. The island fell into a clamor as the demons roared deafeningly. Guan saw shape-shifting demons flying over the forest, thinking an enemy was attacking the island. Guan closed his eyes and began to feel the changes within himself. He wanted to see what the carefree primordial immortal had that made it so hard to break through. After 30 minutes, a flood of profound insights exploded in Guan's mind like the universe's Big Bang, infinite information pouring into his consciousness. Heaven and earth rules. Heaven and earth flying immortal required cultivating the path of 5 elements to perceive higher realms. With the 5 elements perfection, one could perceive the heaven and earth rules. All things in the world were composed of the unseen and untouchable power of rules. The 5 elements are the foundation. As stated in the Tao Te Ching, that Tao produced 1, 1 produced 2, 2 produced 3, and 3 produced all things. The carefree primordial immortal was the realm of perceiving the rules of heaven and earth. Reaching this realm meant being completely unbounded by the constraints of heaven and earth, completely carefree. The primordial spirit underwent a baptism by the rules of heaven and earth, reaching transcendence. His golden core and mystic heart were transforming into higher existences. The golden core was accumulating the power of heaven and earth rules to form his Tao. What was Tao? Tao encompassed everything: cultivation techniques, spells, divine skills, etc. Everything about his existence was his Tao. The golden core generated the Tao, transforming into the primordial elixir. No wonder the nascent soul and golden core independently existed. The nascent soul transformed into the primordial spirit, and the golden core transformed into the Tao. Guan guessed they would merge at some future realm, making him the incarnation of the Tao. Time flew by quickly. As Earth's spiritual energy sank faster, the clouds above churned violently as if ready to collapse with the spiritual energy. The island's demons were terrified, assembling in formations and hiding within the island, not daring to come out. Fortunately, no demon intruded into the lifespan barrier. After an hour, Guan successfully transformed into a carefree primordial immortal, breaking free from heaven and earth rules, truly carefree. Wherever the Tao existed, the mind could reach. What was the existence of Tao? Places and beings inheriting Guan's Taoist sorcery were where the Tao existed, enabling him to easily escape and control their causes and effects. Guan realized the way of cause and effect was a unique Taoist sorcery. As his realm increased, his mastery over cause and effect grew deeper. The so-called cause and effect were the invisible forces produced by the interaction of all beings. There were cause and effect, and gathering endless cause and effect together was the world. After a major realm breakthrough, Guan's cultivation level began to surge. The primordial elixir had already deduced his Tao, and all the cause and effect related to him would appear in his Tao. He was moving towards the realm of omniscience. First, understand all his cause and effect. At higher realms, who knows if he could comprehend all cause and effect? After 3 hours, night fell, and Guan finally reached the 9th layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm. His divine sense range was expanding continuously, perceiving the lifespan barrier's extraction range of Earth spirit energy significantly exceeded his 9th layer heaven and Earth flying immortal realm range. Due to this immense scope, no one, not even a demon, could detect the focal point of spiritual energy's descent. When the Earth's spiritual energy ceased flowing into Guan, he slowly stood up and opened his eyes. He instantly transformed into an aurora and vanished from the spot. Then, he arrived in front of a mansion. As it was late at night, the streets were empty, but the mansion within was brightly lit. He looked up, and the signboard bore 2 words: G Mansion. Through the Tao of his primordial elixir, he arrived at the G Mansion where his cause and effect resided. Yes, it was arriving, not teleporting. Arriving wouldn't produce any signs between the two places, breaking free from the rules of heaven and earth, arriving at another place from a higher dimension. He was essentially traveling within his Tao. This feeling was truly marvelous. Guan walked towards the Ji Mansion, the place of his birth and childhood. Taking a step past the main gate, he walked within the courtyard. An old servant carrying a lantern walked towards him, passing through his body. This, too, was the mystical nature of the carefree, primordial immortal. Mortal spirits couldn't see, mortal spirits couldn't touch. No wonder there were no legends of the carefree, primordial immortal. For the first time, Guan felt invincible. Chapter 237. Soul of the Ji family ancestor late at night. The Ji mansion was dimly lit. Guan walked leisurely through the corridors, and childhood memories kept surfacing. As the starting point of Guan's life, he had deep feelings for the Ji mansion. From childhood to adulthood, he lived quite well in the Ji mansion. Apart from the incident when he smashed the flower bed and was nearly punished by having his hand cut off, he had a good life without being bullied by other Ji family members. Although there were occasional conflicts among the house servants, it never escalated to a point of deadly enmity. Having not returned for 100 years, the Ji mansion felt both familiar and unfamiliar to him. What was familiar were the furnishings and environment, which had not changed much. What was unfamiliar were the people. There were many branches of the Ji family, and the Ji mansion he was in was just one among many, with branches spread across 3 generations. Before the demon catastrophe, the Ji family had hidden in the 7 stars spirit realm. Only the main family and the high-ranking and talented disciples went into hiding. After the catastrophe, those who had hidden in the 7 stars spirit realm returned to their respective homelands to continue developing the family. Guan even saw branches of the Ji family on the ocean, though they stayed close to the mainland, not daring to venture far because the demons in the ocean were powerful, and high-level demons could be encountered frequently. The person with the highest cultivation level in this Ji mansion was in the unification realm. Back then, those in the unification realm were beings he had to look up to. Suddenly, Guan detected a faint soul aura, piquing his interest. He immediately walked toward that direction. Along the way, figures passed by him. He even walked through the courtyard walls as if everything there was illusory to him. Guan saw a familiar face, the court guardian who almost cut off his hand back then. 100 years had passed. The guardian now had gray hair and looked aged. He no longer appeared fierce, but rather kind and gentle. Guan merely glanced at him, having no thought of seeking revenge. Indeed, it was his fault for smashing the flower bed back then. The guardian was just doing his duty, and now, their realms were worlds apart. Why should he hold a grudge? The Ji mansion was large, and Guan walked leisurely as if on a casual stroll. An hour later, he arrived at the place where the mysterious soul resided, which turned out to be the ancestral hall of the Ji mansion. He passed through the door and saw rows of spirit tablets, all of Ji family's ancestors, and the soul was hidden within the main spirit tablet. Guan approached the spirit tablet, noting the name on it. Ji Zhan. A soul was hidden deep inside the spirit tablet, an old man, lying on his side, seemingly napping. He was hidden in the power of cause and effect, not in an ordinary exotic space, where beings couldn't detect his presence with divine sense. Ji Zhan turned over as if dreaming, unaware that someone was spying on him. Guan cast lifespan detection on him, but the data came back as 0, not even displaying his realm. In the unseen, Ji Zhan had countless connections with the entire Ji mansion, threads of cause and effect among them, one involving Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Zhan was an ancestral bloodline of Ji Xiaoyu. Following Ji Xiaoyu's line of cause and effect, Guan saw a segment that was very blurry, even to his eyes. Ji Xiaoyu's cause and effect seemed off, giving Guan an eerie feeling as if Ji Xiaoyu had suddenly become someone else at a certain stage. Looking closely, the change seemed to occur when Ji Xiaoyu was 10 years old. He did not dwell on it, for he wasn't here to investigate Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu possessed the primordial Taoist talisman, so having special causes and effects was not surprising. Guan did not stay long and quickly turned away from the ancestral hall. Deep within the spirit tablet, Zhizhan suddenly turned over and sat up. He scratched his head, muttering, "Strange, just now I felt a sense of unease. Could it be that the Ji family is facing another calamity? Blame it on that seven-star spirit realm. Sigh, the current generation truly lacks ambition, always relying on others. I can only watch and hope that she can restore the Ji family to its former glory." Zhizhan lay down again and continued to sleep. For him, time had no meaning. He was accustomed to indulging in dreams, enjoying the reincarnations he created for himself. At dawn, the sunlight swept from the horizon. Qi stood on the beach, frowning as he gazed into the distance. His face was pale. During the battle in Divine Exotic City, he had been stung by the immortal swallowing scorpion from the seven-star spirit realm, and the scorpion venom had not been fully purged from his body. A figure emerged from the forest behind him. It was Xianxia, the genius from the Star Sea congregations. "Master, how that kid was really outrageous. I passed on my divine skills to him, and he mastered them last night. It's simply unnatural." Xianxia cursed as he approached, resentful of Hao's extraordinary talent. He had indeed been defeated, acknowledging that Hao's talent and comprehension surpassed his own. Qi did not respond, still staring into the distance. "Master, what are you looking at?" Xianxia couldn't help but ask when he saw his master lost in thought. Qi snapped back to reality and said, "The spiritual energy over the sea seems unusual. I suspect there is an anomaly somewhere, possibly related to the recently rumored world-destroying sea tide." Xianxia frowned and said, "What world-destroying sea tide? It must be the seven-star spirit realm causing trouble. That huge rift appeared too coincidentally." Qi did not reply, thinking those comments were pointless. At that moment, a seven-colored radiance descended from the sky, landing beside them, instantly drawing their attention. They turned to see a figure within the radiance. It was a mysterious figure enveloped in dark purple demonic qi. Xianxia's eyes widened. Sword Venerable Fudao? Qi could not forget the scene where Guan easily killed two wandering immortals, and he quickly bowed. No matter what, the other had saved his life, so he should pay his respects. "Thank you for looking after my disciple all these years," Guan said. Qi was about to speak when Guan suddenly appeared in front of him, reaching out with his right hand. Two fingers pointed at Qi's chest, rendering him immobile instantly. "Master!" Xianxia was startled, instinctively wanting to rush forward. "Stay put," Qi shouted, even using his mana to restrain Xianxia. "The senior is detoxifying me." Qi took a deep breath and said slowly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. As Guan's mana entered his body, he suddenly felt insignificantly small. In the face of this power, the wandering immortal realm was so weak, vulnerable. How powerful were the heaven and earth flying immortals? Although Qi was a wandering immortal, he lacked the confidence to reach the heaven and earth flying immortal realm in the future. It seemed only one great realm apart, but he couldn't imagine how to break through to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Xianxia was overjoyed at his master's words. He had been constantly worried about his master's poisoning, feeling helpless and anxious. He never expected Hao's master could purge the immortal swallowing scorpion's poison. After a few breaths, Guan withdrew his hand and said, "I'd like to spend some time alone with my disciple." Then he turned and walked into the forest. Xianxia quickly bowed, not daring to obstruct him. Qi felt the poison in his body dissipating, and with it, the weight on his heart. He looked at Guan with awe. Such a terrifying poison, yet he could easily expel it. Little did he know, Guan could have eradicated the poison instantly, but deliberately prolonged the process. Even so, it was beyond Qi's reach. Xianxia quickly came to Qi's side, concerned about his condition. Deep within the island, hundreds of miles away in the mountains, A house sat cross-legged on a mountainside, cultivating. Divinity Transformation Realm, 4th layer. Still stunning. Guin stood behind and Hao, reflecting on his current cultivation level. And Hao is now only 94 years old, and a 94-year-old cultivator in the Divinity Transformation Realm, 4th layer, would surpass Li Xiandao in no time. He could even see the scenes beyond heaven, a splendid star sea with breathtaking spectacles, with starry lights resembling celestial rivers, filled with countless stars like great waves sifting through sand, and gigantic nebulas like cosmic trees guiding all beings. Gu An's gaze was drawn to the sun, illuminating heaven and earth. Outside the great heaven and earth, there were not just one, but 7 enormous suns, orbiting around the great heaven and earth under some mysterious rule, allowing every place within it to maintain a regular pattern of 4 seasons and day-night cycles. With his eyesight, he saw that each of the 7 suns contained a mysterious being. They were colossal, with various forms. Some were birds, others beasts, and even human-like figures, instilling awe. The sun's surface had a power barrier that prevented Guan from seeing their true forms, which also made lifespan detection impossible. Guin merely glanced before looking away, avoiding disturbing the beings within the suns. Carefree primordial immortals could easily cross the sky to the outer universe, but he didn't want to go for now. Staying at the Supreme Sect was good enough. He had no urgent enemies, so exploring was unnecessary. He could now roam the world freely, with the mystique of a carefree primordial immortal. If he wished, no life below a carefree primordial immortal would see or touch him. Guin looked towards the distant heaven and earth, his vision extending rapidly for countless miles. A vast expanse of ocean swept past his eyes. He saw more prosperous continents and scenes of life fighting, including wars, battles between immortal great cultivators, and giant spirit beasts revered as divine beasts roaming the world, with countless mortals kneeling in worship. There are also many places his vision could not penetrate, indicating that they might be home to carefree primordial immortals. Such places were either far from the mortal world or within extremely prosperous human or demon lands. Guin even saw a continent full of immortal beings, with the lowest cultivation being the Nirvana realm, which amazed him. Fortunately, that continent was incredibly distant. Even Nirvana realm cultivators would find it difficult to cross because the journey was fraught with dangers. He had just seen a loose immortal swallowed by a mysterious giant sea demon, an event that happened so suddenly. The loose immortal was just passing by at an immense speed beyond mortal sight, yet was still devoured, perishing instantly. Guin felt as if he was exploring. This kind of peering brought him novelty. The whole world seemed to reveal its true face before him, making him unable to stop. He did not know how much time had passed. Yu Yingyin came beside him and asked, "What are you thinking about? Why have you been staring blankly for so long?" Guin withdrew his gaze, looked at her, and smiled gently. "I'm thinking about how vast the star sea congregations are and how broad the world outside is." Yu Yingyin laughed and replied, "If you want to go to the ocean, I can arrange it for you. As for how large the star sea congregations are, even I, who was born there, am unsure. The sea area occupied by the star sea congregations is thousands of times larger than this continent, and that's just my estimation." Guin nodded slightly. The territory of the star sea congregations indeed exceeded the continent's size by thousands of times, but it did not seem vast to him because he could see even further. He wondered if there were carefree, primordial immortals in the star sea congregations. Guin thought that even if there were, they would not be in the mortal world. Though Guin could see the other side of the mortal world, he did not find the existence of carefree, primordial immortals. It was just hard to see them, but he could not be sure they did not exist. Perhaps carefree, primordial immortals could not spy on each other. Therefore, this realm was called carefree. Speaking of which, the internal assessment of the Starseed congregations is about to start. I wonder if Xianxia will make a name for himself this time. Yu Yingying said, her face full of reminiscence. When Gua heard this, he couldn't help but ask, is there a threshold for the internal assessment? Leah, Zhangbuku, and how had already joined the Starseed congregations. Guan looked forward to seeing them make a name for themselves. All three had received his inheritance. If they could thrive in the Starseed congregations, he would naturally be pleased. No, anyone under 1,000 years old can participate. By the way, Leah from the Supreme Sect is expected to take part. That divine exotic city is a fake immortal treasure. So many prodigies will want to compete with him. Yu Yingying smiled wickedly, with an expression of anticipating someone to be embarrassed. The two of them continued chatting, the topic revolving around the Starseed congregations. Although Yu Yingying did not want to return, she spoke with pride about the Starseed congregations, often belittling the Supreme Sect. This made Guan look forward to the future of the Supreme Sect. The future was long, and there was no rush. Who could tell if the Supreme Sect would be more powerful or the Starseed congregations more prominent in 10,000 years? Although Guan had already reached the 9th layer of the carefree primordial immortal stage, his life had just started at 128 years old. Not to mention the future, he was very much looking forward to tomorrow. After chatting with Yu Yingying for a while, Guan moved to another place to continue observing the great heavenly spirit land. In the extremely distant west, he saw a majestic mountain located in a desert, surrounded by sky-covering sandstorms, with a golden, radiant giant palace atop the peak, constantly receiving and sending off monks. That palace was also a place his vision could not penetrate. This indicated that the palace likely had a carefree, primordial immortal. The world was indeed vast and populated with numerous great powers. Not every heaven and earth flying immortal or higher existence would leave the mortal world. In the days that followed, whenever Guan had time, he observed the heaven and earth. What made him most wary was the north. There lay a vast continent, the largest he had ever seen. He could only see its outline from the edges, and as soon as he got closer, a mysterious force barred his sight. It was a very mysterious power present in all things. It must be Chief Fortune. The Supreme Sect also gathered similar power, but compared to that continent, its Chief Fortune was like a grain of rice compared to the bright sun. He speculated that the continent was the strongest area in the great heavenly spirit land, but he could only observe with just his eyesight. That continent was also incredibly far from the land of the three dynasties. Crossing mountains and seas to reach it was harder than the journey to the west. Spring of the first year of being a carefree, primordial, immortal past. Despite reaching a new realm, Guan continued living as before, traversing various medicine valleys, sometimes visiting the outer gate city to read, and occasionally drinking and chatting with friends. Life was very leisurely. In the mountains and forests, Yang Jian, dressed in blue, continuously attacked Guan. His movements were agile, and his punches and kicks were fierce, while Guan stood still, dismantling each move in an unhurried manner. The faster Yang Jian was, the slower Guan seemed. Yang Jian was kicked by Guan again, crashing into a tree and shaking down many leaves. This time, Yang Jian didn't have the strength to get up, his qi exhausted, but he didn't feel frustrated. Instead, he looked at his master expectantly. He couldn't match his master's prowess, but he wanted to hear his master's evaluation of him. The path of physical cultivation is not so narrow. Not just fists and feet can become magic artifacts. Every part of the body can, Guan said, feeling gratified. This boy's growth speed was amazing, even surpassing in how back then. Perhaps the elixir's efficacy still lingered, making Guan feel astonished. Set a goal. Reach the nirvana realm within 500 years. Before that, Yang Jian couldn't go down the mountain to train. At most, he could return to visit family. Yang Jian didn't know that his master had set a cultivation goal in his heart. He stood up and said, "Master, Should I mainly practice the all things form and energy art, the heaven and earth primordial skill, or the Taoist gang primal energy you taught me? They all seem profound and hard to master. Guan replied, take it slow. There's no need to rush to break through the cultivation realm. You can start by laying a solid foundation. Yang Jian felt it made sense. Following Guan in cultivation meant he had all the elixirs he needed and no usual expenses, so he didn't need a hurry. Master, when would you be willing to participate in the celestial ranking tournament? Yang Jian suddenly asked, his tone full of anticipation. Chapter 239. This time I win. Since being given a life-altering destiny by his master, Yang Jian believed that his master was the most powerful cultivator in the world. No one, be it the sword venerable Fu Dao, Taoist lord, or the super-powerful forces like the seven-star spirit realm and star sea congregations, could match his master. He wanted to see his master renowned across the world, for as his disciple, it would be a moment of pride. Guan looked at him with a stern expression and said, are you cultivating to seek fame or to pursue immortality? If it is fame you seek, then go to the mundane world, where you can become an ultimate martial expert. Yang Jian thought his master was angry and quickly replied, of course it is to pursue immortality. Master, I was wrong. I was just curious after hearing other disciples talking about the ranking competition. Guan did not let him off so easily, using this opportunity to temper his character. In a heartfelt tone, he said, not to mention your current physique is against the laws of nature. If others learn about it, it may bring disaster upon you. There are many who are aware of their heavenly destiny. I am strong, but there are always others out there stronger than the likes of loose immortals. A cultivator should cherish what they already have rather than recklessly seize opportunities. Do not flaunt. Do not underestimate the common people of the world. Yang Jian felt ashamed, filled with guilt. Recently, he indeed had developed a sense of pride, seeing other disciples in the valley struggling with basic qi cultivation, while he was already at the foundation establishment level, feeling superior. Though I do not seek repayment from you, I do not want you to become someone who acts recklessly. Since you are cultivating immortality, you ought to understand that there is a heavenly destiny beyond human efforts. If you stray down the wrong path, you will eventually be punished by the heavens. I do not wish for you to become someone who seeks vainglory. Do you understand? Guan continued, bringing tears to Yang Jian's eyes. Yang Jian was not moved by grand principles. It was hearing his master say once more that repayment was not required that touched him, making him feel unworthy. He knew exactly what he was thinking. Even though he was reborn anew, his heart still harbored selfish desires and a darker side, making him feel ashamed of himself. Look at his master, clearly an immortal, yet never bullying the weak, humbly staying within the supreme sect, living among mortals without arrogance. He should learn from his master and become a true cultivator. Master, Yang Jian began, but was interrupted before he could finish. Let's go back. Guan turned and left, with Yang Jian quickly following. At the end of summer, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint back from Tianya Valley. Along the way, the Blood Prison Great Saint kept cursing 3 monkey demons and even begged Gu to release some of his cultivation, at least to the core formation realm. No rush. It's good for tempering your character. You are too impetuous. Your words can hurt. Without proper tempering, you will bring calamity upon yourself sooner or later. Guan said nonchalantly, holding a peculiar book in his hand that Luo Han had obtained from Li Xiandao. According to Luo Han, this book was comparable to the Green Hero Travelogue. Indeed, the Three Dynasty land had many literary talents, and there were always those who could write better than Xianxia. This book was not a travelogue, but a collection of tales about the romance and scandals in the imperial city. The Blood Prison Great Saint lost his spirit upon hearing Gu N's words. He knew his faults, But once he got into an argument with someone, he couldn't quench his anger without giving them a good beating. Zhou Yu has developed hostility towards you and harbors killing intent. Would you like to perform lifespan detection on him? Zhou Yu, the former venerable pavilion of the Supreme Sect? Guan frowned, wondering why this guy had suddenly developed a killing intent toward him. Could it be related to Wu Ju? The Zhou family had already left the Supreme Sect, causing quite a stir. At least the disciples of the Supreme Sect regarded the Zhou family as traitors, especially given their choice of the Xianxia sect. To this day, Xianxia sect was the Supreme Sect's biggest rival. The disciples believed that to become the premier sect in the immortal cultivation world, they must surpass the Xianxia sect. Guan spread his divine sense across the entire continent, searching for Wu Ju's presence, and quickly found him. Wu Ju was at the border forests of the Taizong dynasty, in a dilapidated temple. Besides him, there were several other cultivators present, standing off against him. At this moment, Wu Ju frowned deeply, his hands clenched in a fist inside his sleeves. Zhou Yu, dressed in a black robe, stood in front of him, exuding authority. The other Zhou family cultivators looked at Wu Ju with disapproval. Wu Ju, our Zhou family has invested a lot of resources in you. Without the Zhou family, you wouldn't be who you are today. Are you really going to forget our kindness? A female cultivator said sternly. Others chimed in, with most of them hinting at threats in their tone. Wu Ju gritted his teeth and said, "The Supreme Sect has also been kind to me. Wouldn't joining the Zhou family be a betrayal of that?" Zhou Yu slowly spoke. Although the world is peaceful now, more and more ocean cultivators are arriving. The immortal cultivation world will face a catastrophe sooner or later. As far as I know, even the sect leader and supreme elder do not know the true identity of Sword Venerable Fudao. If there ever comes a day when Sword Venerable Fudao leaves, the Supreme Sect would be quickly annihilated. Wu Ju firmly responded, "Impossible. Why would the Supreme Sect alone face destruction? Is the Xianxia sect absolutely safe? Besides Sword Venerable Fudao, there are other great cultivators in the Supreme Sect. I believe the Supreme Sect is stronger than the Xianxia sect." In saying this, he was severing ties with Zhou Yu, who now served the Xianxia sect. Zhou Yu's expression turned ugly, and he said, "Think carefully. Betrayal of the Zhou family will make you our enemy. Out of respect for our master-disciple relationship, I can let you go today, but in the future, I will kill you to uphold the Zhou family's reputation. Not only you, but anyone associated with you will die, such as your only brother in the Supreme Sect, Guan. Besides Guan, all your friends in the main city of the sect will also die." Zhou Yu truly did not want to let Wu Ju go, as Wu Ju's perception was too formidable. He believed Wu Ju could rival An Hao. The Xianxia sect had no talent comparable to An Hao. Moreover, Wu Ju had no background and was alone. In the future, he could marry into the Zhou family, continuing the lineage of exceptional talent. Upon hearing this, Wu Ju's expression turned grim. He tried to keep calm, took a deep breath, and asked, "Since when did you start investigating me?" When Zhou Yu mentioned Guan, Wu Ju panicked. So, the Zhou family still had spies within the Supreme Sect. Zhou Yu said calmly, "From the day you became my disciple, I understood all your relationships. It's not too late to turn back now. You can even bring those you care about into the Xianxia sect in the future." This time, he didn't mention Guan, because he couldn't draw on Guan, knowing Guan was actually Pan and close to LV Batian. The thought that Guan could influence Wu Ju meant that LV Batian might be able to win over Wu Ju, inflaming his killing intent. Why should LV Batian have both An Hao and Wu Ju, these two peerless talents? Wu Ju fell into a struggle. If the Zhou family came only for him, he wouldn't be afraid. But since it involved Guan, he had to hesitate. His talent and perception were top-notch, and he believed he could become a world-shaking force. But he was still young and needed time to grow. The Zhou family, in his eyes, was a colossal existence, one he couldn't challenge alone. The Zhou family still had spies within the Supreme Sect. He couldn't keep an eye on Guan all the time. What if one day a Zhou family spy attacked Guan? He couldn't bear to imagine such a scenario. Damn it. Wu Ju clenched his fists, staring at Zhou Yu with eyes ablaze. Zhou Yu sighed and said, "Disciple, actually Boom. A sudden thunderbolt struck down with a speed that left Wu Ju and the others no time to react, hitting Zhou Yu and sending everyone flying from the blast. Wu Ju hit the wall, but quickly stabilized himself, looking over, and his eyes widened. Zhou Yu had vanished. The spot where he stood was charred black and smoking. The other Zhou family cultivators were wide-eyed, their expressions stunned. "Master," a disciple called out quickly, but received no response. "Not good. There's a supreme sect great cultivator nearby," a female disciple shouted and disappeared, followed by the other cultivators, forgetting all about Wu Ju. Wu Ju stood in a daze, hesitated for a moment, and then chose to leave. On the way out, he couldn't help but wonder if Zhou Yu was dead or alive. Who could have struck that thunderbolt? It couldn't have been a coincidence that Zhou Yu was struck by natural lightning, right? Elsewhere, Guan, still riding on the blood prison great saint's back, felt bored with the mere 92 years of lifespan gained from killing Zhou Yu. I hope the Zhou family knows their place and stops developing hostility towards me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless, Guan thought silently. While he continued to choose a low-profile approach to cultivation, he was not someone the Zhou family could provoke. Fortunately, in the days that followed, no one from the Zhou family developed hostility towards Guan. No one believed that a newly formed core formation cultivator like Gu and could have killed Zhou Yu, a cultivator of the 9th layer of the unification realm, out of thin air. The one who killed Zhou Yu must have been at the Mystic Heart realm or even the Mahayana realm, which was an obvious warning from the supreme sect to the Zhou family. In a bright grand hall, thousands of cultivators gathered. The vast palace was expansive, with a hallway over 100 feet wide and rows of transmission array platforms on either side, with cultivators constantly teleporting in. And Hao stood in place, curiously looking around at everyone. I heard that this entrance exam involves Leah from Divine Exotic City. Divine Exotic City? Could it be that Immortal Path Supreme Treasure? Yes, that Leah is indeed lucky. Who knows how powerful he is with the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure? I hope he can't use the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. How could we compete against that? Without using the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, he's just a minor cultivator from the barbarian continent. Nothing noteworthy. And Hao listened to the disciples' discussions around him, filled with mixed emotions. The influence of the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure was enormous, and Liya's name had reached the Star Sea congregations, making the new disciples who were about to enter the sect hostile towards him. Just as he was thinking, a voice called out, "And Hao, long time no see. This time it's my turn to win." And Hao turned his head to see two men walking towards him, one of whom exuded demon energy. It was Liya and Zhang Buku. Liya appeared confident, eyes fixed on Hao, while Zhang Buku looked full of curiosity. Chapter 240. Sworn to protect, looking at Liya, who was full of fighting spirit, and Hao remained unmoved. If it had been before, he might have expected to spar with Liya, but now his mind was occupied only with that junior brother he had never met. Liya possessed the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure and was no longer the same as before, and Hao naturally did not consider himself a match for Liya. However, excluding the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, Hao truly did not think Liya was qualified to be his opponent. Liya thought he was timid, so he said, "Don't worry. When I spar with you, I won't use that treasure. But if it's against others, I won't hold back at all, and he'll show off our supreme sex might." Zhang Buku stood beside them and snorted, "I don't mind if you use that supreme treasure. In fact, I want to test its sharpness." And Hao looked at Zhang Buku. He had met Zhang Buku before, at a time when Zhang Buku and Liya were already inseparable, though they had not yet become acquainted. He found Zhang Buku very interesting and could feel the immense strength of his chi blood. In terms of real strength, he was certainly stronger than Liya. "What's your name?" And Hao asked Zhang Buku, staring at him. Zhang Buku replied, "My name is Zhang Buku. I'm Liya's brother." Liya's mouth twitched, but he did not refute. And Hao nodded and then said nothing more, turning around. Liya became interested, stepped forward, and said, "The three of us come from the Supreme Sect and have joined the Star Sea congregations at the same time. Regardless of victories or defeats in the future, how about mutual support?" And Hao nodded without objection. In his heart, the Supreme Sect held a high position. Helping fellow disciples was only natural to him. Liya and Zhang Buku stepped forward and stayed beside Hao, starting to chat and share their past experiences. And Hao initially didn't care, but as he listened, he became captivated by their experiences. Were these two so eager for battle? Very soon, Zhang Buku and Liya started arguing, each blaming the other, and Hao suddenly felt a bit envious of them, as they could rely on each other no matter where they went. Thinking of his junior sister, an Xian, Hao couldn't help but sigh. Even he felt that the heavens were unfair. While Liya and the others wandered in the Star Sea congregations, far away at the Supreme Sect, Guan and his disciples lived their lives as usual for 10 years. 10 years passed in a flash. Guan's age reached 139. That summer, the Heaven Ranking Tournament, hosted by the Supreme Sect, was about to begin, plunging the Supreme Sect into an unprecedented state of prosperity. In the Third Medicine Valley, within a pavilion, Guan looked at his attribute panel. His lifespan had recovered to 8 million years, and he was secretly satisfied. When he broke through to the carefree primordial immortal, the lifespan barrier alone cost him nearly 1 million years of life. In 10 years, he had gained more than 4 million years of life, which was quite stable. Next, Guan planned to aim for 100 million years of life, at which point he would comprehensively enhance his attribute panel before breaking through to higher realms. Although it seemed far off to gain a 100 million year lifespan in just 10 years, Guan was not anxious. He still had a trump card, which was the Outer World Cave Heaven. The 7th order medicinal herbs in the Outer World Cave Heaven couldn't mature in just a few decades, and every month, Guan brought in high-rank seeds. What Guan was currently thinking about was collecting an Immortal Path Spirit Tree. Last year, during a private auction held by Sage Tang Hai, an Immortal Path Spirit Tree appeared, but unfortunately, its price skyrocketed. Guan could not afford it due to his regular purchases of high-rank medical herbs. The other party was a great cultivator from the Star Sea congregations with deep pockets and an astonishing background. Guan had not resorted to robbing for a single tree. There was no need to make enemies, as an Immortal Path Spirit Tree would not gain him a 1 million year lifespan at once. Moreover, at that time, the Supreme Sect and the Star Sea congregations were on good terms. His disciple, and Hao, was also comfortably staying in the Star Sea congregations. There would be another chance in the future. Seizing this Heaven Ranking Tournament, Guan planned to amass wealth. He was looking forward to the upcoming excitement. He stood up, preparing to head for the Mystic Valley, as an acquaintance had returned. After coming downstairs, Guan called over Xianxia, then rode with the Blood Prison Great Saint to the Mystic Valley through teleportation. The disciples of the Mystic Valley had all seen the Blood Prison Great Saint and Xianxia over the years, so they knew of their relationship with Guan. Guan did not go upstairs but began patrolling the gardens in the valley, with Xianxia and the Blood Prison Great Saint following. After 10 years, the 32-year-old Xianxia had already reached the 2nd layer of the core formation realm. At such an age with such cultivation, he was among the top-tier talents of the time. Considering that Xianxia, at the age of 20, was only at the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation realm, his talent was immeasurable. Xianxia still concealed his cultivation, appearing to be at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation realm. Xianxia, who practiced the all things form and energy art and the heaven and earth primordial skill, had an extremely powerful Qi blood. Guan judged that cultivators of the nascent soul realm couldn't withstand his strength. With Guan's teaching, Xianxia had grown more steady, neither arrogant nor impetuous, showing the demeanor of a true disciple. I heard the Taoist lord of the Xianxia sect has arrived. Yang Jian chatted with the Blood Prison Great Saint about the Heaven ranking tournament. The Blood Prison Great Saint was also very interested, and the two only talked about others, not their own cultivation, a habit developed under Gu An's long-term instructions. After a while, a figure flew from the distant sky. It was Liya. Yang Jian turned his head to look, curiosity showing in his eyes. What a powerful aura! Liya came on his sword, like an immortal descending from the sky. After sheathing his sword, he quickly walked to the edge of the garden and greeted Gu and smiled and said, "Senior Brotherly, what brings you here? Wait for me for a moment." Liya nodded, his gaze inadvertently falling on Yang Jian. Although Yang Jian's cultivation was low, his demeanor was extraordinary. What is this person's relationship with Junior Brother Gu? Liya thought to himself. After a while, Gu handed over medicinal herbs to his servant disciple, then led Yang Jian towards Liya. He introduced Yang Jian to Liya, asking Yang Jian to greet him. Yang Jian greets Uncle Master. Yang Jian clasped his fists, neither humble nor overbearing. Although Liya's aura was strong, it couldn't compare to Guan. If Guan hadn't concealed his cultivation, the two wouldn't be considered fellow disciples. Liya, hearing this, curiously asked, "Is it the Yang Jian from the Investiture of the Gods?" Yang Jian nodded and said, "I loved reading the Investiture of the Gods since I was a child, and I changed my name to symbolize my aspiration after joining the sect." Liya smiled, then took out a treasure sword from his storage bag and gave it to Yang Jian. Yang Jian looked at Guan, and only after seeing Guan nod did he accept it. Liya pulled Guan towards the pavilion, while Guan beckoned Yang Jian to follow, causing Liya to hesitate. "Jianer is my truly accepted disciple, whom I've taught everything I know. Let him follow us and broaden his horizons," Guan said with a smile. Liya, hearing this, took another look at Yang Jian. He understood Gu An's implied meaning. "I see. If you ever encounter trouble while adventuring out there, you can always come to me, your Uncle Master," Liya said with an air of spirit, to which Yang Jian quickly expressed his gratitude. Guan found it amusing. Liya had guessed his intention correctly, but got the relationship wrong. He wasn't setting Yang Jian up with a backer, but the other way around. After the three went upstairs, Liya began recounting his experiences within the Star Sea congregations. He had already become a true disciple of the Star Sea congregations, although his cultivation was the lowest among them, relying on the divine exotic city. Although Yang Jian had joined later, he had heard of the divine exotic city. Unexpectedly, the supreme sect cultivator who seized the divine exotic city years ago turned out to be his Uncle Master. He suddenly suspected that Liya had obtained the divine exotic city with help from his master. "By the way, I heard there was an internal assessment in the Star Sea congregations. Did you participate?" Guan suddenly asked. Liya's expression instantly became unnatural. "I did, and I got quite a good ranking, entering the top 100. I became a true disciple based on my own strength." Guan didn't believe it. Over the years, Liya had used the power of the divine exotic city quite often. "I heard Hao also participated. What was his ranking?" Guan continued to ask. Liya's expression became even more awkward. Yang Jian's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Master, are you talking about the #1 genius of the Supreme Sect, and Hao?" "That's right, it's him." Yang Jian fell into contemplation. Liya ambiguously said, "His ranking was also good. Without using the divine exotic city, I indeed couldn't match him." Guan curiously asked, "What do you mean? Did you two meet again?" Liya felt aggrieved. Was Junior Brother Gu doing this on purpose? Trying to embarrass me in front of a junior? He did indeed run into an Hao. He had subdued many great cultivators with the divine exotic city. But when facing an Hao, for the sake of fairness, he didn't use the divine exotic city and ended up disastrously defeated. This incident became widely known inside the Star Sea congregations, and Hao made a name for himself by stepping on him, leaving him very frustrated. Although frustrated, he did not regret it. And how it had always been his goal to chase. He wanted to know how far apart their real strengths were. Guan chuckled, knowing his disciple had defeated Leia. He felt a sense of satisfaction. This kind of attitude was not good. Guan changed the topic, talking about the Heaven Ranking Tournament. Leia said the reason he came back was that the Supreme Sect had sent a message asking him to return. The Supreme Sect needed the power of the divine exotic city to deal with great cultivators from overseas. After all, this was the first Heaven Ranking Tournament hosted by the Supreme Sect. LV Batian hoped to maintain the title of #1 in the world, even if the opponents were cultivators from Holy Lands or great cultivators from overseas. Guan felt LV Batian was not being fair, but he couldn't criticize. Dharma treasures were part of a cultivator's strength. Besides him, who on the immortal path didn't rely on Dharma treasures in combat. Senior Brother Li, what do you think of my disciple? 500 years from now, they'll have him participate in the Heaven Ranking Tournament. Maybe he will even encounter you then, Guan said with a smile. Leia glanced at Xianxia and said, his cultivation is a bit low. To compete for the #1 position in the world, he still needs a big opportunity. Xianxia remained silent, standing honestly aside. Guan laughed and said, in any case, I believe my disciple has great chief fortune. He will eventually astonish the world. Although I'm uncertain if he'll live to see that day, I hope you will support each other on the immortal cultivation path, advancing and retreating together. After all, this path requires more than just oneself. These words made Leia emotional. He knew Junior Brother Gus' talent was mediocre, so he certainly couldn't vie for longevity like him. Leia earnestly said, rest assured, your disciple is my disciple. As long as I am alive, I will protect him with my life. Anyone who dares to harm him must step over my dead body first. Xianxia looked at Leia, his eyes showing a change. Chapter 241 Sword Venerable Fu Dao, will you battle me? Leia returned this time and brought many gifts for Guan, including immortal cultivation medicinal herbs and overseas magic artifacts. When Guan tried to make some polite conversation, Leia didn't bother with the pleasantries and left directly through the window, leaving Guan in silence. Xianxia also marveled at what a peculiar person this Uncle Master was. Although Leia seemed unreliable, Xianxia still held a good opinion of his actions and words. Just based on Li Ya's previous declaration that he would protect him to the death, Xianxia acknowledged him as his Uncle Master. After staying in Mystic Valley for a while, Guan took Xianxia and Blood Prison Great Saint to the Outer Gate City. With the approaching Grand Tournament, cultivators frequently flew across the sky, not just from Supreme Sect but from all over the world. No matter the outcome of the Grand Tournament, Supreme Sect was set to gain substantial benefits this time, and Guan was eager to see how much profit Supreme Sect would share with Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Days passed by. 5 days later, though the weather was hot, the inner and outer gate city was crowded due to the imminent start of the Grand Tournament. In front of the South City Gate, countless cultivators gathered, forming a vast sea of humans, their heads bobbing, creating a spectacular scene. Following their gaze, in the sky stood an array platform surrounded by 72 large flags. With a diameter over 100 miles, its base emitting a faint golden light, forming a golden platform that blotted out the sky when looked at from below. This array, known as the Luotian Floating City Battle Array, was purchased by Supreme Sect from Star Sea congregations, specifically for great cultivators to compete in combat at a huge cost. Maintaining this array required massive amounts of spiritual energy. It was said that Supreme Sect had already channeled the spiritual energies from their underground spirit lineages into the array. Every city and medicine valley within Supreme Sect had formations projecting the scene of the Luotian Floating City Battle Array. These transmission formations were not very expensive, so even Mystic Valley had an array set up by Supreme Sect, allowing all disciples in the valley to watch the match. In the Third Medicine Valley, Over 900 disciples gathered in the pavilion area, some meditating on the ground, some sitting on benches, looking up at the light screen in the sky, waiting for the grand tournament to begin. Before the combat even started, the disciples were already excitedly discussing. Guan sat by a stone table, savoring pastries. Yang Jian and Xian, Xiaochuan, and Yu Yingying sat at the same table, also discussing the grand tournament. The names of each great cultivator were mentioned from their mouths. Over the past decade, many oceanic great cultivators had established their fame in the three dynasties, making it uncertain who would claim the title of the world's #1. These ocean cultivators temporarily stayed in the three dynasties region, leaving many opportunities behind, promoting the development of the immortal cultivation world and establishing a reputation for virtue and greatness. Yu Yingying mentioned an ocean great cultivator named Yellow-Robed Immortal Lord. Yellow-Robed Immortal Lord claimed to be the reincarnation of an immortal, possessing vast divine skills. The Star Sea congregations tried to recruit him, but were refused. His whereabouts were mysterious, like a dragon glimpsed but never seen fully. He liked to teach beings with mediocre talents, earning admiration. She believed Yellow-Robed Immortal Lord could claim the first position in the grand tournament. Xiaochuan couldn't help but say, "Why are these ocean great cultivators meddling in the grand tournament? Isn't this bullying?" Yu Yingying replied, "Although the three dynasties region is weak, the seven-star spirit realm in the mainland is not. As long as cultivators from the seven-star spirit realm participate, other great cultivators will be drawn in, all wanting to establish their fame by stepping over the seven-star spirit realm. Of course, there might be undercurrents I'm unaware of. This grand tournament is indeed unusual, with so many great cultivators joining." An Xian nodded, saying, "It said there are 500 participants, with half coming from overseas. The three dynasties' cultivators only make up a third. Besides Liya, the weakest among them is in the mystic heart realm. Many withdrew after seeing the participant list, leading to the current situation." Yang Jian remained silent, gazing at the illusion in the sky with yearning in his eyes. The title of the world's #1 was certainly mesmerizing. Guan didn't join their discussion. He knew the level of participants in the grand tournament better than anyone. Currently, 5 loose immortals had gathered within Supreme Sect. The number of Nirvana Realm cultivators reached 17, and there were over 100 Mahayana Realm cultivators. If nothing unexpected happened, Sect within the three dynasties couldn't hope to claim the first position in the grand tournament, or even make it into the top 20. The only hope lay with the supernatural cities Liya. Moreover, Guan sensed a wandering immortal's presence, hidden in the mountains outside Supreme Sect, purpose unknown. This grand tournament was no longer just a test among the immortal cultivation world of the three dynasties. Guan wasn't worried, though. If Supreme Sect faced destruction, he would intervene. If they weren't in danger, he wouldn't act even if Supreme Sect lost. One must accept their inferiority. Until noon, the Luotian floating city battle array finally changed. LV Batian looked up at the Luotian floating city battle array, frowning and snorting coldly. As expected, someone is looking for trouble. I just don't know which force sent him. If Sword Venerable Fudao were defeated or refused to fight, Supreme Sect's control over the grand tournament would weaken sharply, potentially leading to the tournament's collapse and a crisis of annihilation for Supreme Sect. Guzong looked at LV Batian, whispering, "Sect leader, this person isn't on the participant list." LV Batian nodded, replying calmly, "Then let's wait and see. It's time for the overseas cultivators to witness his power." Other high-ranking officials in Supreme Sect also showed anticipation. Sword Venerable Fudao was not only invincible in the hearts of Supreme Sect's disciples, but also to these high-ranking cultivators. He quelled internal strife, slew demon ancestors, killed immortals, vanquished evil demons, and more. Sword Venerable Fudao's might wasn't just talk, It was established through battles witnessed by Supreme Sect's disciples. In the Third Medicine Valley, just by listening to the disciples' discussions, Guan realized he couldn't avoid taking action. So be it. It had been a long time since he showcased his swordsmanship. Guan leaned against the stone table, swirling his wine cup with one hand, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Xianxia, who had been observing his master, noticed the change in his master's expression and felt a shock in his heart. Could it be that Sword Venerable Fu Dao was his master? Having learned about Sword Venerable Fu Dao's legendary tales over the years, Xianxia had often speculated about this. Could a sect hide two mysterious powerhouses surpassing all disciples? Sword Venerable Fu Dao, could it be that you dare not show yourself? Or do you look down upon someone from a remote island like me? Sage Bai Luo's voice rang out again, majestic and resounding. Hearing his mocking words, Supreme Sect's disciples were enraged, their anger surpassing their innate reverence. They began hoping that Sword Venerable Fu Dao would take action and teach this oceanic rogue a good lesson. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky's weather changed, clouds churned, white clouds turned black, and the world darkened, prompting countless people to look up. Inside the Luotian floating city battle array, Sage Bai Luo also looked up, seeing the rolling thunderclouds. He snorted, shaking his long staff, and his vast mana erupted, forming two azure dragons coiling within the array palace. Their bodies spanned 100 miles, enough to silence all beings. The two azure dragons slowly lifted their heads, roaring towards the sky, their dragon cries echoing endlessly. It is said that Sword Venerable Fu Dao's swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world. Today, let's see if you can break my array. Sage Bai Luo's voice echoed again. He waved his sleeve, sending countless magic artifacts into the air between the two azure dragons. Wind and fire swirled, entangling the dragons, causing them to grow rapidly, their heads piercing the top of the Luotian floating city battle array. At that moment, the thunderclouds suddenly parted, revealing a vast starry sea in the sky. All creatures' eyes reflected the resplendent starry sea, magnificent and fantastical. Chapter 242. The Sword Intent that Silences Heaven and Earth. The moment the vast star-suppressing heaven-boundless sword was unleashed, a majestic panorama of the starry sea unfolded above the sky, occupying the vision of all cultivators within the Supreme Sect. When the demon ancestor had previously attacked the Northern Territory, this sword array had also appeared, but only the frontline cultivators had seen it. Now, 90% of the cultivators within the Supreme Sect were seeing this sword array for the first time, and they were all astounded, especially the disciples who had joined the Supreme Sect in the past few decades. They were utterly stupefied. A sword array capable of changing the heavens. How many years of cultivation would it take to reach such a level? Within the Luotian floating city battle array, Sage Bai Luo was locked in by the sword intent of the vast star suppressing heaven-boundless sword. The moment the infinite starry sea appeared, he felt his mana solidify within him, a suppression so intense that it made his heart pound. Sage Bai Luo's face paled, regret creeping into his heart. He had thought that Sword Venerable Fu Dao was merely a wandering immortal. After all, Sword Venerable Fu Dao had previously only slain loose immortals. Despite knowing he might not be a match for Fu Dao, he believed he could at least gauge his opponent's strength. Now, feeling the sword intent of Fu Dao, he was reminded of the insignificance he felt a million years ago. The gap between them was immense, at least a full major realm apart. He was a wandering immortal, so Sword Venerable Fu Dao must be. Heaven and earth, Sage Bai Luo muttered through gritted teeth. This time, he did not call out to heaven and earth, knowing he couldn't escape and had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. After a brief moment of silence, the Supreme Sect exploded in an uproar. Countless disciples of the Supreme Sect raised their arms and cheered. The high-level cultivators on the heavenly repair platform were equally excited, with Zuijian beside the heaven-cutting axe, even kneeling down in a posture of devout worship. In the Third Medicine Valley, over 900 disciples were similarly excited, shouting the name of Sword Venerable Fudao. Yu Yingying saw Sword Venerable Fudao in action for the first time, her small mouth agape with an expression of incredulity. Yang Jian was also frightened. What kind of sword array was this? Too exaggerated. He couldn't help but look at Guan, who also wore a shocked expression. Could Sword Venerable Fudao not be his master? Indeed, he had not sensed his master's mana dissipating. Pay close attention and see how much you can comprehend. Gu An's voice suddenly reached Yang Jian's ears, making him widen his eyes in astonishment. Was his master really Sword Venerable Fudao? This sword array, how did he accomplish it? He had thought that executing Sword Dao required a sword, but his master had neither drawn a sword nor moved an inch earlier. Yet a sword array was created by mere thought? Unbelievable! Yang Jian felt a surge of hot blood in his chest. One day, he too would create such divine skills. Covered in blood, Sage Bai Luo swiftly flew off the continent, unable to calm his heart, fearing that Sword Venerable Fudao might pursue him. At the same time, his eyes were filled with rage. Damn the seven-star spirit realm for such inaccurate intelligence. No wonder they sent me as cannon fodder. Despicable. Sage Bai Luo thought hatefully as he cursed the seven-star spirit realm. He took out an elixir and quickly swallowed it, speeding up his flight. As he passed an island, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. His face changed dramatically, and before he could react, an immense force he had never felt before pressed down, causing his body to plummet rapidly. Boom! Dust erupted from the forest in the depths of the island, causing the entire island to quake, with waves surging on the surrounding sea. The dust cleared, trees lay toppled, and a massive crater appeared. Under the sunlight, Sage Bai Luo knelt within the crater, a dark purple demonic hand on his shoulder. Looking back, it was going in the 9 extremes, yin-yang body state. Sage Bai Luo was terrified, struggling to look back, his pupils dilated in shock. He couldn't stand up, nor could his primordial spirit emerge. At that moment, he was like a mere mortal, powerless to resist. His terror peaked, and despair cloaked his heart. Sword Venerable. Sage Bai Luo stuttered. But before he could finish, a terrifying divine sense surged into his mind, causing his eyes to lose their luster. The sea breeze blew, scattering the nearby dust and fluttering Sage Bai Luo's tattered robes. Guan used the soul-capturing skill to search Sage Bai Luo's memories. Not long after, he retracted his divine sense, his right palm igniting with 3 pure one's true fire, swiftly enveloping Sage Bai Luo. Even though Sage Bai Luo was just a tool, daring to provoke him meant death. If Guan had not been a match for Sage Bai Luo today, he would have been the one to die. In a saying from his past life, showing mercy to one's enemy is being cruel to oneself. Guan conveniently took Sage Bai Luo's storage ring, but his mind dwelled on the 7-star spirit realm. The force behind Sage Bai Luo's probing of Sword Venerable Fudao was indeed the 7-star spirit realm. However, in Sage Bai Luo's memories, there was no encounter with an actual cultivator of the 7-star spirit realm, only a ghost meeting him for the discussion. As long as Sage Bai Luo agreed, after the mission, the 7-star spirit realm would offer him an opportunity to listen to Dao lectures. What specific Dao, the memories didn't specify, but judging by Sage Bai Luo's excitement, it must be extraordinary. Could it be the lectures of the heaven and earth flying immortal? Could there be a carefree, primordial immortal in the 7 stars spirit realm? Guan fell into contemplation. Regardless, after today, the 7-star spirit realm will be fully targeting Sword Venerable Fudao. It was necessary to probe the depths of the 7 stars spirit realm. If there was no carefree primordial immortal, it must be eradicated. Guan's heart-harbored killing intent. Without exterminating the 7-star spirit realm, he wouldn't feel at peace. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.